orientation loop, which I haven't been stuck in for maybe a year now. Change orientation. And I'm like, I already set the orientation. No, your orientation is wrong. Go live portrait or click here and go back and mess about. Oops. Okay, folks. Oh, I've got flies around the bottom of my leg. A little bit later than I intended today. I had a few things to go on, and then I had my friend Ismo turn up, and you know, things happen. Things happen. A little bit K-lied, I think. If you argued it, I probably wouldn't dispute it. Okay, folks, we're going to sit here. Let's give it 4 or 5 minutes and wait for people to arrive. On the 5-minute mark, I will begin the channel intro. Look at that hair. Listen, as much as I hate my hair, I have hair. Asmongold. Fuck you. I got hair. Keith, son of nature. Hello, my friend. I am here, fighting the fight. What am I fighting against this time? Am I against global warming? Am I against, I don't know, the alien invasion, I think is what I'm against. The Quinn Martin production. The Invaders. A Quinn Martin production. Possibly my main objective. I am starting to dread, folks, the day that I try and leave Spain. When I hit that European entry and exit system and they ask, how long have you been here? And I say, what is it now, 10.5 years, maybe 11 years soon. That's not gonna go well. If you are future Spanish immigration or border control watching this video, hello. I welcome you, I say hello. I am, just for the benefit, to avoid all benefit, I am a scrote, I am a wanker living in a field, okay? I'm not like a master, the word, I haven't got the vocabulary. I'm not a master disguise artist trying to build myself into Spanish society and exploit the system. I'm not an undercover operative. Deportation would give you the chills though. In a lot of ways, deportation would be great. I mean, it'd be getting me back to the UK. I mean, leave the dog behind, leave your belongings behind, all those other, no. That's not a plus in certainly in my head. Now, I might have mentioned, I don't think Tina's got that much longer to go. If you were to deport me in 6 months' time, if I'm free and clear, I have friends who can store some, not all, but some, the important pieces of my life, of my equipment, the electronics, the 2 EcoFlows, the solar panels, I don't know, maybe the slow cooker and the fan, and maybe, I mean, some of these things I don't care about, but I have friends who could take the essentials. Most of the rest I would rather throw away or redistribute to charity shops and what have you myself. If I get arrested and deported, I won't get any say in where any of this stuff goes. It'll be here one night and it'll be gone the next, and I'll have no say in it. Them's the rubs, folks. That's, you know, if you get deported. Hello, Gary. Good to see you on early this evening. Yeah, you're, broadly speaking, I think, are you +1 from us in Spain at the minute? I think you're +2 from UK, so I think you're +1 from us here. I used to do a regular show on a Sunday at this time or thereabouts. That was the original TrampCast. This is a TrampCast Hangout, folks. Okay, we're coming up in 6 minutes. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That would be him. For better or for worse, it's this wanker. That would be Delta Mike. Not a real name, obviously. Not really a Mike, not really a Delta. It's my initials, DM, in the NATO phonetic radio communication alphabet. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf Hotel India Juliet Kilo Lima Mike November Oscar Papa Quebec Romeo Sierra Tango Uniform Victor Whiskey X-Ray Yankee Zulu. Tell me if I missed anything. I may have. I sometimes get ahead of, even when I was a 5-year-old doing the ABC, I would sometimes get ahead of myself. But I could generally say the 26 letters of the alphabet, the childish one, the abacada efagah. I could do that in 3 seconds. Shall we have a go? Abacada efagah ijaka ledmet na opa qua rusata o vi qua rusata o v w w x y z x u z. Okay, I got it wrong. I substituted in a couple of the adult. So for anyone who's not an English speaker, English generally has 2 alphabets. And we call them when you learn them, you learn the child alphabet and then you learn the adult alphabet. Abacada is much more descriptive than A, B, C, D, E. Abacada efagah is just... Now, I got that down to 3 or 4 seconds when I was a kid, and I astounded all... When I was 5 doing that, and the 11-year-olds were questioning us at the dinner table, I blew them away. And I could even, at that point, I could do it backwards, but that's a long time ago, and I'm not even going to embarrass myself now. Oh, so I got as far as saying Delta Mike, didn't I? Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Perhaps someone living rough, perhaps living on the streets, or in my case, I like to do this one, in a fucking field. And to the guy that came on one time saying, it's all bullshit, I've been to that field, you're not there, this is all AI, fuck you. Show me the AI that can do that. Show me the AI where I've had about 100 visitors this year and none of them have complained that I'm not really here. Now, for the real star of the show, folks, my co-host. Hey, baby. Here's Tina girl. Try and keep her in frame. Hey, babe. We went for a walkies on the cliff tops this morning. I don't know how many of you saw that particular video from 6:30 odd, 6:40 odd this morning. Hey. Okay, babe. That's my Tina. Okay. But look, you think this is AI? Does AI include all this shit? This is the stuff. This is look. I don't claim to be the tidiest person in the world. Look, here's my table that you were just resting on. There's literally no spare space on the fucking table. For better or for worse, I am your host. And there's naught you can do about it. You can either watch or you can fuck off. You know what? If you don't like me, GTFO. It's okay. Many others have been sent that away, and you can follow them. It's all okay. Now, I was intending to go live at, I don't know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that this afternoon. That didn't happen. I wasn't in the mood. I actually had a snooze. I'd been awake so last night I slept something like 9 or 10 p.m. until 1 a.m. and then that was me. And then this morning I was like, not proper sleep, but I was in and out. Then my mate Ismo said, I might come around. And then he said, I'm going to go to Mercadona first, what do you need? And I said, a cabbage and a cauliflower would be nice. And maybe a loaf of bread or a bit of bread. He brought me 3 baguettes, a cabbage and cauliflower, about 18 beers, which weren't part of the original plan. And there's another bag and a half of I don't even know what he brought. There's another bag and a half beyond what I asked for. I suggested beer might be nice. I suggested I needed a cabbage and a cauliflower. And the rest, I don't even know what it is. It could. I've been really remiss lately when people have brought me bags of food. I used to do videos saying thank you him and thank you her and thank you them and there. I've become a little bit lax lately. Maybe tomorrow I'll unpack the Ismo bag and maybe we'll do a thank you Uncle Ismo. But I have to call him Uncle Ismo because Tina's down here. She hears the name Ismo and she looks around. I've known Ismo, so I arrived here in February one year, and I think it was like the January or the February the next year. So my first 3 or 4 months were in the centre of town. Then I moved up to Aguas Nuevas, and then 2 or 3 months later I bumped into Ismo and his friends. There was 4 of them. There were 4 on holiday, 3 blokes and a girl on holiday, and they were in the pool in February. If you've ever met anybody Spanish, they don't open the water park until fucking middle of June. To the Spanish, the English wanting to get into the water park in April and May, you know, when it's only 25 degrees outside. To the Spanish, that's crazy. Why would you possibly want to be in the water park when it's only 25 degrees outside? They don't consider it summer until it's July. So they'll open up a couple of weeks before July just to accommodate all the foreigners. They lose out on so much fucking money. But Ismo and his friends were in the pool in February. And I got to agree, given the right pool, I would have been right there with them in the pool in February. Let's pronounce it correctly. I would have been that guy. We really connected one day when I tried to put my arms around him and pick him up. I was sure I had the strength. It turns out I didn't have the reach. My arms didn't connect. My arms didn't reach around. But we had a good laugh. And I guess the original confrontation was a little bit... Vocabulary, use your words, boy. The original interaction was a little bit intense. I stated who I was and why I thought I would be able to pick him up. I'm still sure I have enough strength to do it. But when it came to the practicalities of reaching around, so we both had a good laugh at that point. Cheers, Ismo. It must be nearly 10 years now. It must be over. It must be over 10 years since we first met. Cheers, my friend. And to the rest of your group, if you're out there, the rest of the people that were with Ismo at the time. Cheers. The flies are getting a little bit... It's this time of night when the flies get a little bit bitey. Just going to scroll back a bit, folks. A lot, actually. It don't say live. What doesn't say live? Hit the live button. No, it don't say live. Is it live? 1938 right now. I'm on 1949. As far as I know, it's live. You tell me it's not live. How can it not be? I created the stream, I did all the things, we got to the time, and then I clicked the button to went live. Good to see you on early this evening, said Gary. Yeah, this was when I said I used to do something around this time each week on a Sunday. This is a little bit more random, but... Love the pic, Mike. You look like a top-notch businessman. It's AI. I said, take that cunt and make him look like he's presentable. And, you know, if I was to walk into a hairdresser or something with that picture and said, make me look like him, they'd probably laugh and say, not possible. But it probably shaves a bit here and cuts a bit here, and the dark suit. I live in a tramp field. Until a week ago, I thought I only had 3 t-shirts, and then I washed 8 that were in a bag that I dug up out of the, out of the backwaters. Tramp field. Do you know how much water it takes to wash clothes? I did a real shortcut with these clothes, and I used 5 or 6 litres per t-shirt. Right? You want to wash 6 or 7 t-shirts, just go get 100 litres of water, because yeah, that, isn't it, wasn't it, didn't it? And I started taking a shortcut. I didn't rinse. I left the detergent in the t-shirt. I figured, fuck it, why rinse it out? Any dirt that comes in meets the detergent, sticks to it. Next time you dump it in water, it's going to come out. For anyone who doesn't know, a detergent or I'm not sure if it's a detergent or a surfactant, has 2 sides. One side likes to lock onto dirt or oil or grease. One side likes to lock onto water. So the more of these things you get in there, it takes the oily, greasy human... We are basically big candles. We drip shit wherever we go. Not shit, but we drip oily... I haven't got the vocabulary. We drip oil wherever we go. Something's stuck in your t-shirt already. This is why you're not meant to rinse your teeth too closely after you brush your teeth. If you brush your teeth with toothpaste, you're not meant to rinse it away entirely. A quick swill, yeah, that's okay. Don't try and get rid of every last drop. You're meant to leave some in there as an active ingredient for the coming day. And your clothes, I think, are kind of the same when it comes to detergents, surfactants, whatever. Anyway. Love the pic, Mike. You look like a top-notch businessman. Yeah, I covered that already. It's definitely AI. It is. I mean, I make no bones about it. Big decision, staying as you are or border back here difficult. I view it as not really my decision. Imagine me pulling up at the... Imagine Tina's gone, okay? So let's say two years' time, okay? And I turn up at the airport. I've bought a ticket, okay? I've got let's say that I've had a replacement passport. And I go there and the passport's valid, but there's no entry details. And so they're going to drag me off into a darkened room and say, you're here, but we don't know that you're here. How did you get here? When did you arrive? And I'm going to say, oh yeah, it was just 11 years ago. It's just 11 or 12 years ago. You've been working and doing all the illegal and tax avoiding and doing this and that, and I'm going to go, whoa. YouTube channel, shelter, shack, first tent, second tent, third tent, fourth tent, no working, no. How did you survive? Did you not get welfare? Oh, speaking of welfare, your mayor sent his head welfare guy to help, and his first thing was to get me arrested because cunts in bureaucracy. This is a conversation that is going to happen, folks. I am going to call out the cunts in bureaucracy, and I'm going to use those words. I'm sorry if you're of a childish persuasion and can't handle actual adult swear words like cocks and cunts and dicks and bastards, whatever. These people are out there, and I'm going to use the words. All the words. Yes, even that one. Do you want me to say it now? Niggers. Nothing against anyone who is black. I use the words just to prove that I can say the words. That's all. When discussing words, it's important to say the words. If I discuss a word and have to say the N word, that's ultra childish in my estimation. So I will say nigger. I will say bugger. I will say whatever other. I don't know. Give me another. What's the next? What's the next step? I don't even know what the next step down is. We used to have swine and. I don't know. We had all the. When I was a 5-year-old, we had all the words. I don't even remember them now. Now, would I call a person that? No, of course not. Yeah. In very, very, I reserve the right to, because in very, very rare circumstances, somebody might deserve that. Do I think of all black people as deserving of that? No, of course not. No. Let's not be silly. Let's be grown up. There's graduations, there's degrees of everything. I wasn't even intending to say those words today. It just cropped up in conversation. Does that mean the Spanish police are more likely to arrest me when I come to leave the country? Yeah, probably. It's probably a factor. If they review my socials. I say the words. I say all the words. I don't defend, I don't apologize, I don't. They're just words. Apple, banana, acorn, nigger. They're just words. What's your big deal? They're just words. A word is a word. Hedgehog, pygmy. Gollywog. Are we allowed to say? We're not even allowed to say gollywog. If you can't say gollywog, what are the chances you get away with saying nigger? The fuck? In discussing language, it's important to be able to use language. Now, if you think I'm trolling and I'm just saying these things to be advertised, I would remind you, tramp in a fucking field. How big do you think my audience is? How much do you think I can expand my audience by saying the words, all the words? It's not that. It's about making sure that I have the right and that you have the right to say those words. Now, if ever you choose to use those words, I would like that you use them carefully. Don't call a person of colour, as they phrase it nowadays. Don't use the N-word specifically at that person. Unless they're really, really, really fucking... Like if he's just stabbed your grandma, then feel free to call him all the niggers under the sun. Because that's how emotive language works. We express our feelings through saying the unsayable, the unmentionable. Time and place. It's time and place. The words in and of themselves are never bad. It's always the circumstance. Don't overdo it. But don't hold back and underdo it when it's warranted. If you want to say, get back on the fucking boat to the guy that tried to behead a guy in Ulster, get back on the fucking boat. If you survive the firing squad. Personally for me, it's firing squad first. But we can argue about the nuts and bolts. Does he do 20 years in prison and then get exiled or whatever? I don't know. I don't see why. Personally, pop. 3 or 4 of the 12 guys gets a live round. 8 get a dummy. Nobody knows whether they shot him or you know, or missed. Except if I was a professional soldier stood 20, 30, 40 yards away and I thought I'd missed a sin target. I might be more embarrassed than if I'd popped him one right through the fucking forehead. I mean, what are you doing, lad? But if you watch most police shooting videos, where like 10 guys let loose with 3 rounds each, and the guy gets shot twice, and you're thinking, where'd the other 28 rounds go? No. Oh, they didn't look. No, Tina, no. I'm rambling, folks, I'm rambling. Let me scroll on. Big decisions, are you at the border or not? That was Keith, Sound of Nature. 1938 right now, he said, and I think that was a guess at my time. That was my time, yeah. Love the pic, Mike. You look like you're a top-notch businessman. Okay, yeah, that was the AI putting me in a suit. Is it live, says Jasper Edwards? No, it's fucking not. There's a 20-minute delay. That's why. Hold on. Jasper asked at 1938, and I waited until. Hold on, 1938. What time did I go live? I must have gone live at past. Okay. I got no idea, mate. Let's say 20 minutes. I waited 20 minutes to answer your, is it live? Just to prove it's not live. Best on stream, Mike. I was reluctant to come on stream because I'll let you know, guys. I went out yesterday and I bought a shed load of beer. And okay. Give me a second. Do you see Grand Bazaar El Zocco just up there? I don't know, somewhere between 100 and 200 meters, whether it's 100, 150, 200 meters. It's just there, yeah? Okay. Me and Tina, here we go. Me and Tina sat inside the tent all fucking day. I didn't really fancy like I wanted to come out and sit out, it just never happened. Anyway, we went to the shop. Whether you call that a 1 minute walk or a 2 minute walk, I don't know. We got there, there's absolutely no shade there. So I put Tina down in the car park. Well, tied to the railings around the side of the car park, obviously. I walk inside the door. The first thing you see inside the door is the thing I was buying. Okay? Let's call it Emmed Brown. It's in 12 packs, okay? Right, it's stacked up right inside the door. I went inside, I picked it up, and I went to go to the till. When I get there, there's just like a straw hat there already, and there's some people, so somebody, it's like there's another group of people, they're there already, but they've fucked off for a last minute jaunt about. I could easily have just put my shit down, got served, gone, right? But I'm not that guy. I recognised that they were already ahead of me. It's like they put the sun towel on the fucking benches by, you know, on the sunbeds by the pool. I recognised their prior claim, so I hung back and waited for this group of 3 people to each get served and go through. Really quick, no messing. I'm in the middle of getting served. The lady in front of me, it wouldn't take her card. And there was some shenanigans. Okay, I'll wait an extra 30 seconds. I get there, I go with the card. It won't tap, it won't go in. He tries swiping it down. It's okay, I've got money. I have, at the minute, a little bit of cash. So I have some, in case this happens, because it does occasionally, I have some cash on me. And I while I'm doing this guy comes in. ¿Quién espero estás? Or está? Who the fuck, you know, whose dog is that? Mío. Pero es mío. ¿Qué problema? And he goes, ah, su perro en el sol. I'm like, mate, fuera, dentro, allí, aquí. So outside, inside, there, pointing at the beer, and here. It's my dog's not melting. She's not in a car that's 300 degrees Celsius. It's not. It's been from leaving the tent, right? This is the thing. From leaving the tent, it would be an exaggeration to say 2 minutes to there. And then she's been 2 minutes there, and I'm buying my stuff, getting to the till, and there's people ahead of me. He starts telling me he's going to call the police for animal abuse. And the guy in the shop's trying to force me to buy water because my dog's been... We haven't been out on a 2-hour walk and come back, 2 hours out, 2 hours back, and now she needs a drink. We used to walk to fucking Guatemala and back in this weather. Yes, I would take water, obviously, but it's been 4 minutes since she left the fucking tent. She had a big drink, We went up to the shop. I put her down. I went, it's been 2 minutes inside. I'm about to come, and then this big lunk of a fucking Swedish cunt wants, it looked like he wanted to fight, so I stepped towards him, and he lunged back, and that's when I knew it was all just fucking, doesn't matter whether you're 6'4" or not. If I step towards you angrily and you step back, I know where we stand. I know that I've won. I was ready to go fucking hands on. I'd planned my 5-punch combination, and depending on his movements, I'd got a couple of variations that if you know, if he's suddenly out of reach this side, if he's gone that way, I'll do this, that, or the. But I'd got my combinations, and I'm stepping forward. I'm stepping into it. He saw a dog in a car park, and he figured, I'm gonna call the police and animal services and fucking whoever. That dog has not been outside for more than fucking 3 minutes when he first encountered it. 4 minutes when he first told me about it. If you think a dog cannot withstand 4 minutes at 23 degrees Celsius, one of us needs a slap around the head. And I'm right there for you, pal. I don't like talking all aggressive because it powers my... I don't know if you know, I have a hater channel. I hope you've never discovered him, and I'm not going to point you to him. But there is a Delta Mike hater channel, and when I talk like this, it enthuses him. He has threatened to come down here. He was going to beat 7 bells of shit out of me to the extent he was going to knock me off the cliffs there into the ocean, into the Mediterranean Sea. I'm awaiting. I'm going to go 1920s pugilism. I'm awaiting. Come and get it. Yeah, I have a bit of arrogance about me. Sue me. Oh, I didn't. You see that? For the first time in 2 weeks, I took the do not disturb off. Turns out my friend Ismo was trying to contact me, and I wasn't hearing it because I had do not disturb on. I took it off earlier this afternoon. Ismo comes around, and now I didn't turn it on, and anyone listening on headphones has just lost their hearing. So there was Gary. Good to see you on early this evening, he said. Love the pic, Mike. You look like a top-notch businessman. I was. Hey, I was. Let's not get this wrong. I was a top-notch businessman once upon a time. I was the most highly paid Joomla developer in the UK. 15 or 20, what year would this have been now? Good God. I was charging €100 no, I was charging £100 an hour. Other people were charging 10 or 20. I was the most highly paid, highly respected, most sought after. So Joomla, Joomla. It's like WordPress, but better. And it's not owned by a company, which is what makes it better. Anyway, Jasper was asking, is it live? Best on stream. It don't say live. I don't know. I can't help you with that. On the bottom left, it says live with a red dot. You want to have the, on the bottom left here, you want the word live. You don't want to be like -1 minute, -10 minutes, -20 minutes. If you've just joined and you're -30 minutes or whatever, no. Click the button, join us live, move along with us. And after we finish, wait 20 minutes, and you can go back then and watch the first 20 minutes with live chat replay synchronized. Damn it, says Gary, I've lost my beer. You know, that's not a feeling I ever have, mate. I never let it out my sight. Amateur hour. Losing your beer. It's like when you're in a nightclub and you ask someone to look after your beer. You go off, some girl indicates she'd like to dance with you, so you dance with her for a while. You go back to get your beer and find some bloke drinking it. Mate, we're going to have words. We're going to have words. You're going to buy me a new beer. Oh, me and you are going to step outside. You thought you were getting a free beer. You're not. Mike, you are in true terms an international man of mystery. I don't think so. I don't think there's much about me that's mystery. I'm quite open and I was going to say open and entertaining, but that's not even where I wish to go. I'm quite open about me. Did you watch a video a couple of weeks ago where I told you all about how I shot myself? I'm the most open bloke you know. There isn't much mystery. Now, if I was to get out of here and get out and about, have you seen the bricks and what's it called? Bricks and minifigures in America, the Lego scandal. I'd love to get involved in something like that. Just to be the background. If I said muscle, that would. I would just love to be involved in protecting some of these young lads who've got the investigative nous and who want to push for stuff and who are coming up against. Is there a phrase? They're coming up against a system, let's say. Whether the system's corrupt or not, it is. I mean, if you've watched anything to do with that Lego scandal, Reckless Ben, reckless without the W, starts with an R. Reckless Ben. The reason I like to get involved is because A, I know some of the law, and B, the physical stuff. I think I could have been like a bodyguard for one or two of them at some point in certain situations. Not once someone's pointing fucking AK whatever, AK-47, AK whatever. They're not AK, yeah. AR, it's the AR-15s, isn't it, mainly? AKs is Russia and Afghanistan and some AR. And no one knows what, well, I know what AR stands for, but I'm going to say no one knows what AR stands for. People think it stands for assault rifle. It just doesn't. When the police swooped in with a search warrant and immediately just arrested 6 blokes in the doorway of their apartment, that's illegal. It's a search warrant, not an arrest warrant. When they swept through the building for a minute and a half, just to see whether there were any other armed individuals inside the building, it was a security sweep. Okay, that's allowed. Now show me the search for the Lego, for the missing $200,000 of Lego. Show me how long the search for the Lego lasted. I'll tell you how long it lasted. 0 fucking seconds. If I'd been there, I would have pointed that shit out. Now, bearing in mind, I have now got 2 knackered shoulders from where I've been arrested, and they've I didn't have any rotator cuff injury. I've never done any sport or anything I've never done anything that would have led to rotator cuff injury. But I've had policemen handcuff me and then yank the handcuffs up my back. Ugh! Up my back to cause me pain. Permanent pain. enduring. Every time you move an elbow in a certain direction or a shoulder in a certain direction, that's a restraining technique that causes permanent harm. And somehow that's allowed. Tina, quiet girl. Quiet, quiet. Tina, I said quiet, quiet. One of the three waved. Okay, folks, let me catch up with myself. Are you in true terms an international man of mystery? I view myself like somebody Bradford. Oh, what was that called? Man in a Suitcase. Raymond Bradford, maybe? Man in a Suitcase. 1960s TV series. You got these TV series. I think the 60s was brilliant for TV, for stuff like this. Like The Invaders, Michael Vincent. Michael Vincent? It was Michael Vincent, wasn't it? Searching for the aliens. but Richard Bradford, is that the actor or the character? I think that's the actor. Man in a Suitcase. Wherever he went, there was always just some trouble. He always just found it, and the people didn't know who they were dealing with. Gary in the Republic of South Africa. This is a little while ago, 1942, which is 42. It's about half an hour ago. Hello, Tina, sending you lots of love and positivity, energy from me and my pup. Jasper's here. Jasper says you had shave. I had not a shave, but a beard trim. I did run the hedge clippers over it 2 or 3 days ago now, I think. Yeah. You're safe and warmer in Spain. You probably won't get any help in UK, so stay where you are. A lot of people express similar thoughts, Jasper. When you're doing something wrong, like being in a country you're not supposed to be in, so it's difficult for me to cast aspersions on people invading the UK while I'm an illegal immigrant myself in Spain. I know the circumstances are different. I would have nothing against, if Spanish people were invading the UK, I would probably have no problem with it. It's a different culture, a different way. The way they view women, the way they view female teenage females. It's just really difficult to be against illegal immigrants when I am myself technically an illegal immigrant. I've said many times, if I was Spanish, I would have thrown me out of here. I don't know why the fuck I'm here. Spain! Why have you not thrown me out? And if you're going to give the other 500,000 citizenship, then what do I have to do? I don't even want Spanish. I don't do Spanish. That's just not who I am. It's not what I am. No. Not my intention at all. Anyway, scrolling. They wouldn't do that, Mike. They would let you straight through because they would rather not have you there. This is Michael. You think they'll let me just leave Spain because, hey, let's not block his exit. He's on the way out. We'll block him when he comes back. Looking fresh, bro, says Luca Benidorm. Gracias, tío. Cheers, mate. Jasper Anxiety. I've lost context, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get the runs. Yeah, this is me shitting myself in the tree a couple of weeks ago. Do you know, I know exactly what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. So 2 or 3 weeks ago, I chopped some food up here, including like some sausages and some. If you see my sausage casserole video from 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I just left the knife here, and the surface I chopped on. And I figured 2 or 3 weeks later, the ultraviolet, no, just wash that shit. Okay, in future, wash that shit. I cut something up with the knife and dosed myself. It's my best. It's my last best guess. No, not guess. My last best guess as to what happened to me. Now my stomach held on for 3 hours, but then when it went from nothing to dump it, and it gave me 30 seconds, and I had to unzip and get out and walk around and pick up my toilet rag and go and try and get through the trees, and the trees have fallen down and they're all in the way, and It took me 35 seconds to complete a 30-second journey. Let's put it that way. All right? Now, you can laugh at me. You can do and say what you want. And I will say to you, each and every one of you have done it. You shot yourself. I know you shot yourself. I watched you. No, I didn't watch. I just know everybody, everywhere, all the time. You've probably shot yourself this year already, and we're only halfway through the year. We're grown-ups. We can talk about these things. It might be too much info. It might be less than subtle, but it's a thing. I'll admit to it. Moist Critical's got 14 million followers, and he admitted to it a couple of months ago. If you've got teenage kids, you're not going to admit that you walk around shitting yourself. Just tell them now. You know what, guys? Listen. Once every 2 or 3 years, you've got a bad stomach, you think it's a fart, and it's not a fart. It's okay. Don't hide it, don't be embarrassed, don't jump out of a window, don't top yourself over it. It's everyone you know has done it as well. It's that simple. I've never met a person who hasn't shot themselves. Let's talk. This wasn't the topic of the conversation for today. This was not where we were going. I'm here on my beer, and I think I've got about 18 in the... no, it's not 18. I got 13 or 14 in the fridge. But I got flies landing on my ankle. Hey Tina. I guess we don't need the I don't think you saw this yet, no? There's a brolly, a sombria parasol above us. The other day, I put this thing up the other day. By the other day, I'm talking either Sunday or Monday, I'm not sure when it was. And I sat under it all day. On a nice breezy day, it's cooler outside than it is in. We don't get the breeze as much inside, although I've got the fan blowing and there is somewhat of a cross draft. But a nice blowy breezy day, It's better out here than in there. But I had my top off. And I got sunburnt to fuck. Turns out this bright white material on the parasol here, it doesn't block UV. You sit under it all day and you end up just as sunburnt as if you'd been out in it. In fact, more so because you think you're not in it. If you're out there in the UV, you'd go in after an hour or two because that's too much. I just sat here for fucking 8 hours, didn't I? Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? I figured I was under a cover. Now, I do have I've got a second, I have 2 parasols. The blue one was bought for me by a lady called Suzanne. No, it wasn't. Bought for me by a lady called Susan. So I've done that all along, Susan, and you know it. I've, hola. Buenas. Tina girl. Sorry, Susan knows that I do this. I always call her Suzanne when I come to talk about her. I don't know what it is. It's maybe because I was at school with the Suzanne before I was at school with the Susan. But even that sounds crazy when I say it out loud. Anyway, Susan sent money to Granby's. She did like a cash transfer, a PayPal or whatever, Venmo or whatever it would be. And they gave me a blue parasol. Oh, when I went there and said parasol, they didn't know what I meant. To me, it sounded like such a Spanish word. It was just obvious parasol was the right word. It's not. It's not. For sun, parasol. I mean, it sounds obvious. Well, how could that be wrong? No. Sombría. A little shadow. Sombría. When I said parasol, the guy's like, oh, for the car windscreen, or for this, or for that. And I'm like, no, parasol, a fucking umbrella. You had no idea. Paragua, you see? Paragua. But you, not para-agua, you collapse the 2 A's together. Paragua. Right? That's an umbrella for water. For sun, you'd think parasol. I mean, how could you go wrong? By being English, you're just fucking wrong, okay? You're trying to look for logic where there is none. That's empty. Oh, fuck. Try to throw it across to the bin and I hit the parasol, the sombrilla. I hit the pole. Oops, that didn't work. Tina's managed to work her way back there. Hey, I thought you were way back here alongside me. My doggy, she's run away from me. She runs at a pace of about 1 meter every 3 hours, but see if we can show you. Oh, see, earlier she was here. This was the Tina spot. Now she's back there. Hey, babe. Hey. Your fans want to know what's going on. Why are you running away from Daddy? No, you're not going to explain. No explication. Oh, fuck. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, guys, you got to compare this video with my first ever video. If you want to see like the landscape and my belongings and what I had and where it was and how, what's good and what's bad. Now, you're going to have to excuse me for about maybe 2 minutes. I'm going to run and get a beer. because you just watched me finish that one. I'll be honest, I am a little bit drunk. Okay, I thought that was a cop car. I saw a car going past with these lumps on the top, but no, it's not. Tina, it's a CV, it's a Citroen, whatever, I don't know. Not a car, I'm not a rape head, a petrol head. But it's a friend that just went past. Just didn't have time to see me before he went by. I'm gonna go get a beer. I may, once I stand up and the bladder feels the weight and the pressure, I will evaluate whether I need to evacuate now or later. I think I'm okay. I think I'm just literally going to go grab a can and come back. Hang with me. Thumbs up if you didn't already. It's a tramp. Look. Hold on. I can't see a fucking... Here we go. Isn't that stunning? That's fairly stunning. It's a tramp in a fucking field. This is where I've lived now for almost 4 years. See this tree? It was like a dandelion when I first arrived. It was a strong dandelion. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it wasn't a nothingness, but it was a twiglet in the ground. And 4 years later, it's on its way to being in the way of the power lines up above. Isn't that incredible? I will put it down to the urine fertilizer that it receives. Shh, I won't tell anyone if you don't. Okay, folks, I'm off. I may get a pee while I'm there. I haven't decided yet. That will be decided by gravity once I stand up. I'm going to grab a beer. I will be back in about 1 minute. Maybe 2, but I think 1. Oh! No, Timothy, hey, Tina, no. That is okay. Daddy Dean's okay, it's all okay. Tina's okay. Tina, it's okay. Hello. Good one. All right. Okay. Hey folks, I'm on my way back. Hello little lady. Could you perhaps possibly come and sit next to your daddy? Come on, come and sit next to your daddy up here, look. Yeah. Here we go. That's nice. Okay folks. Turns out gravity is a better indicator of these things than my senses. I did indeed need to stop off at the little boy's room. Once I sat up, it turns out that what? Gravity stroke pressure on the bladder, it's a thing. It's a thing. Who knew that was a thing? I thought that was maybe just something made up. Hey babe, I got my girl next to me now. I moved her closer. A little bit, I'm not going to say violent, but a little bit of physical force. Is there any other kind of force? Can you have force that's not physical? I guess electromagnetic, electromotive, electro whatever. gravitational. I guess so. I'll shut up now. In the real world, in real life, if you do a thing, it involves force. Hey babe, I hope you don't mind me moving. We've got an agreement. We're going to meet up in the afterlife, and she's going to tell me what a bad doggy daddy I was. And I'm ready for it. There's a big list of everything I did wrong along the way. Yeah, I wouldn't. If I was a doggy, I wouldn't want me as my doggy daddy. Jasper gets the runs, okay. Are you waving at the beautiful ladies? I would if there were any beautiful ladies around. Scruff Dog, hello my friend. Spain created an illegal immigrant. You didn't just roll in and expect to be given everything. I've asked for nothing from the Spanish authorities. I've had the head of the welfare of Torrevieja here. I asked nothing of him. And he got me an €850 fine from the police. Because cunts are cunts. Hello Torrevieja Council and Torrevieja Mayor. When it's time for re-election, my story's coming out. I've no idea whether anyone cares. I don't know how much of an impact it will have. But I'm going to time it that that's when it's coming out. The mayor harangued an old lady to giving up my location and my details. The next morning, he sent around his head of welfare. His head of welfare said, "Papers, please." And I said, "Get fucked." Because I don't do papers, please. A, I wouldn't if I had papers, and B, I had no papers. So get fucked. He said, "I'm going to come back tomorrow with police." And I said, "I'll see you then." And we did. And we danced the dance. And I got a criminal record. Me, Mr. Nice Guy, the nicest guy you could ever fucking wish to meet. If you met me, we'd be friends. I'm everybody's friend. I have no enemies. Unless you like take a fucking golf club and try and swing it in my head, then I'm gonna hurt you and hurt you bad. In general, nice people meet nice guy, nice friends. Okay? I'm not the guy that you want to be against. I'm not. I've told the tale about the 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight here. That was because I kept being really lenient with the guy. I had him in a chokehold. I could have put him out, and I didn't. And then for the next 2 hours, he just kept coming back and back and back and back and back and back and back. That's my fault. I should have put him in that chokehold. I should maybe have just stomped on his throat and finished it. I mean, what the fuck? Well, it would have saved me so much grief. I phoned the fucking police on the emergency number, and to this day, they've still not been here. Oh, it's just that tramp in the field. Let's ignore him. He doesn't get to have emergency response. He doesn't get 991 or 911, 999 or 112. Whatever your emergency number is, he doesn't get that. He's a tramp in the field. Talk about decapitating a man. I could have easily done an internal decapitation on that bloke. I could have put him to sleep. I could have stomped on his neck from behind. He could have had his head decapitated and his skin just not know about it. I was that close to doing it. Instead, I put with 2 hours of harassment of him, wave after wave after wave of him coming down here and attacking me. Throwing stones at me, telling me he's not going to attack me and then attacking me. I put him on the deck about 20 times that night. He eventually went to hospital with his hands cut to shreds. I lost to this day, 2 of my frying pans he threw at me that bounced off me into that. They've not turned up. I don't see them. I don't find them. I lost 2 fucking frying pans that night. And then the cunt came back about lunchtime the next day looking for his phone. It's even worse. I helped him find it. That's how nice a guy I am. I helped him find his phone. Oh mate, yeah, no, you threw the pants here and you ran through there and you fell over there and maybe it's up there. But when I come to leave Spain, I'm going to be the bad guy. I'm the guy that came here and overstayed and didn't leave, and all of, whatever plane ticket I buy, I have to buy like a 15 or 20 euro ticket because I'm not going to get on that plane. They're not going. I know they're not going to let me on that plane. Now I'm assuming Tina's already dead by this point, because the idea of paying 500 or 600 euros to get Tina across and out of the country and me not being at the other side to meet her, that's intolerable to me. I cannot stand that option. That is not going to happen. Okay folks, I see 17 people out there. Some of you will be just dropping in wondering who, how, what, when, where, why. I am a tramp, a vagrant, a hobo, an indigent person. So the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, like so. It's not my real name, it's the initials DM in NATO phonetic alphabet. But we needn't go into the details. If you want the details, go find my hater channel. He'll tell you my name every 3 seconds or so, from what I understand. But I'm not him, and therefore you don't get my real name handed on a plate. In fact, any aspect of my real name in chat and your message gets deleted. Do it too much, you get banned. It's a privacy thing. I've got family back home. I don't want too much grief. I don't want to be. It's just that. I'm not a bad guy. I don't dislike it. If you accidentally type my name and the message gets deleted, roll with it. I don't hate you. So that's Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Well, like Nick Nolte. Down and out in Beverly Hills. Or George Orwell. Down and out in London and Paris. Fish out of water. Someone who's not where they're supposed to be. In my case, it's a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, it's a fucking field. Tina, hello babe. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Now Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, in the Alicante region, Costa Blanca south, about 50 minutes south of Alicante Airport, about 50 minutes north of Murcia City. It's in that in-between spot between the two different airports and places. Oh. Garlic burps. It's not even pleasant. How would you describe that, the garlic burps? I've been chewing on these croutons out of a pack. Little half-centimetre cubes of bread, toasted, infused with garlic. It's been like 5 or 6 hours, but it's still bubbling away under the surface. Okay, that's not why you're cold. Let me go here. Spain created an illegal immigrant. You didn't just roll in and expect to be given everything. No, I didn't, Scruff Dog. That's. I don't know if you're still here, mate, but I appreciate you stopping by. I haven't seen you in a little while. I missed you last night. I fell asleep at 9 o'clock, roughly speaking. I'm not sure. Somewhere between 9 and 10. You would have started at 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30 my time, depending on you. I fell asleep before and I woke up just after. So I haven't gone back yet and watched. I'll catch you. I will have a catch up over the next few days. But yeah, how would I put it? I'm unapologetic. In the decisions I made at every stage, I think I made for valid, real reasons. The world, 2016. Trump, the Trump election was going to be in the November, but I arrived in the February. But the UK, the Brexit vote was happening in June, maybe. February, March, April. Yeah, 3 months would be like the middle of May, and that's the point at which I should have registered with Spanish authorities. The May. And in the June was the Brexit. And I was like, how could I possibly make a decision? Am I in? Am I out? Am I this? Am I that? My decision was to hang fire. And that's what's come back to haunt me. Because if you know anything about bureaucracy, if you can imagine walking into like a national police station and saying, hey, I know I should have booked last month, but can we just do this now because, you know, Brexit was No, they don't care. So I hesitated, and then they got all hardline, and then shit happened, and here we are. Scrolling. I farted, thought I shit myself. Feeling wet, no doo-doo. Oh, that's when you check and there's no doo-doo. But you still have to wash your fingers afterwards. Where we are at, this is Rose. Very handsome today. Thumbnail. Is that a tie? Very nice. It's AI. It's not, it's bullshit. That picture never actually happened. But it's very close to what would happen if I had a court case and wasn't living in a tent as a fucking tramp. It's, you know, that's what I used to look like on the daily, every day going into. I didn't have the beard back then, actually. When I had my own office next to the town hall in Lancaster. Gosh, that sounds posh, doesn't it? That sounds like I used to be somebody. I had an office in a building right next. The building was called City Lab, and it's got this. It's got all this stone to the side, and it's got this glass stairwell and lights and shit. This was City Lab. It was an IT hub, an IT tech hub, meant to bring Lancaster and the UK up to international standards. I had an office in there. You know the main company in there? You know what their job was? They put buckets outside popular pubs, football stadia, swimming baths. Throw your phone away, throw your batteries away, throw this away, throw that away. Yeah? This was the IT hub of Lancaster. Throw your phone away if you've got no use for it, and they'd just ship it off to China and have it be like dissected for the metals. And all the kids in the next village would die because the drinking water had been polluted with polonium and I don't know. Name another fucking heavy. I've got no clue. Name some metals. You know, plutonium. I've got no clue. But the next village over would. So this one village prospers. Everyone in the next village dies, and the IT hub in Lancaster was just let's gather shit and ship it off to China. Where's the IT? Lancaster. If you are a councillor in Lancaster, answer me. Where is the IT in City Lab? I was the only IT there. Do you want to know the next biggest company in there at the time? Would this be 2012? There was this guy that fancied himself as a former athlete, and he wanted to make a charity to. So if you were a potential Olympian, if you were like a really good athlete, and you were going to compete in the Olympics in 2012, when I think did we host it in 2012? He wanted us to do really well. So he gave all these athletes grants. So he gets millionaire friends to give him tens or hundreds of thousands, and then he pays it out in his name. You get 1,000 millionaires to chuck a couple of thousand each into the pot, and then you give it out in your name, not their name. No, you don't name them. This is my fund. This is the Delta Mike Olympic Fund. You didn't give them money. That money came from him and him and him and him and them and her and him. You don't care. You give that money out, you get the tax breaks, you get the OBE for services to British athleticism. That was Roger something or other. That was his fucking name. That was his goal. That's what he did. Where is the IT angle? Hundreds of thousands of pounds of Lancaster and Morecambe taxpayers' money went to provide this building. I had to battle for 6 months to get a fucking office in there because I was just a web developer. The fact I was a web developer and my clients included the fucking United Nations, the UK government, the National Health Service, international peacekeeping forces, international cocoa and coffee organisations. I was literally the most IT person there, and they did not want me in the fucking building. But a guy that was sponsoring UK athletes at the Olympics, he got in. And a battery collection outfit that is poisoning half of China, they got in. Where's the IT? Collecting shit, putting it in a bin and shipping it on a slow boat to China. Where's the IT? City Lab, Lancaster. Anyway, This is all from the before times. This is before I became homeless and had to find a way to eke out an existence in the Badlands of Torrevieja. How do I do this? I'll tell you what, those first 5 months before two ladies bought me a phone, I was dead. I've just been looking today. Okay. That's, to my eyes, that's way off that side. I have to, that's weird. I was talking about the alignment of the camera and the seagulls this morning. That's a bit weird because that's, I'm holding my hand like over here to put it in front of my nose. Not quite. It's there. Anyway, what was I saying? Temu. Okay, I've got a new feature. You're gonna like this. Cheers. I hope you're gonna fucking like it because you're paying. Once every 2 or 3 months, I'm gonna set aside 50 euros and I'm going to improve my life through Temu. Okay? It's a thing. Tramp field. Look, anyone who fucking doubts it, I know some of you will. I know some of you will. Look. You see the shithole? You see the empty water bottles, You see the empty bags that used to have water bottles. You see that table? You see this table? Give me a flat surface and I'll put shit on it, okay? See that? That's the floor. That's the flat surface. I put shit on it. Once every month or two. So I peruse Temu every now and again. And I was approached by Temu, is it a month or 2 ago, to do a sponsored segment with them, and they would let me have so many euros of this much guff, and no. Restrictions and limitations on speech, and so they approached me and then invited me to apply, and I'm like, that's about face. Why didn't you feed my details into your gizmotron before approach? You tell me whether I qualify before fucking touching me. Don't ask me, oh, you may be able to apply. Fuck off. I got better shit to do in my life. I'm trying to survive. I got to keep me and my dog cool, watered, fed, in a field, 35-degree temperatures, in a tent that's not waterproof anymore. We're going to be dry and warm, fed and watered, peed and pooed, both of us. It's a mammal thing. We invite you to apply. Do you now? I invite you to fuck right off. I invite you to check out who and what I am before you waste my time. Okay, I've gone off on one. Where were we? We were going to do a thing. I'm going to spend 50 euros this month. I think there's still time this month. I think it will be this month. I'm going to spend 50 euros on Temu. Now, it's going to be like 12 €4 items. I mean, I might get the odd 10 or 12 euro. I was looking at something earlier. There's like 15 pairs of undies for 10 euros or something. And to be honest, the undies I'm watching now are only the second pair of undies I've worn in the last year. I know. Now, they got the odd rinse, but it was them rinsed, short, undershorts. It was a thing. It was a thing. If I could buy 15 pairs of, I wouldn't know what to do with them. That would see out the next millennium, as far as I mean, if I was there. Not even the next century, the next fucking millennium. Okay, 50 euros, Temu. That's the challenge. How much can I improve my actual life? What works out, what doesn't work out? What's good, what's not good? Why is it good, why is it not good? Now, I'll be honest, I don't have the 50 euros to spare to do that. But if 4 or 5 of you were to send like a 5 or 10 euro donation marked as Temu, this is a first. I've never done a beg like this, so I'm a little bit unsure or unclear how it will work, but that's my thoughts. If you would like to see me spend 50 euros on Temu and see what are my priorities right now? What do I look to upgrade in my life? Given where I am, the situation I am, if you want to help, if you want, hey, you can do it anonymous if you don't care. But you know, a 5 or a 10, no more than 10. Ideally no less than 5 because accounting. But 5 to 10 euros marked as Temu, T-E-M-U. I've always said I do my best to honour stipulations. If someone says go get a beer, then money goes on beer. If someone says, oh, I hate beer, no beer, no beer. Okay, your money doesn't go on beer. It's fine. It's fine. This is a little bit different because it's Temu, no Temu. But I think if I tell you that I was looking earlier today, and if I tell you the types of, I've got these AA batteries that I use daily and I recharge daily. They'll actually run the lights for about 3 days, but I always top them up every day. Because if I don't, the one day that I don't top them up will be the one day there's no solar, there's no sun, there's no power, and suddenly I'm spending the night in the dark. Oh, okay. Why is that a thing? Okay. When I was first homeless, I lived up in a park up there. 2 months, and then I was forced out and I came down here. And the first night everything was flooded. Everything I owned, all the electronics was ruined. I had a Kindle book reader. I had a Kindle Kindle tablet. I had a phone. This was all ruined. It's all ruined. So when 2 ladies bought me a phone 4 months later, I was so close to topping myself. You do not, and they do not. I don't think they understand how close I was. I was at my wit's end. I had had enough. I was done. And they took me for a beer. No, I think they took me for a coffee and then a beer. And then they said, hey, let's go in the shop. Let's get you a phone. And I thought they were going to buy me a second hand. So you can buy smartphones for 70, 80 euros brand new. Or back then you could. I thought they were going to buy like a second, one of these cheap rubbish phones, like an 80 euro phone second hand. So 40, 50 euros worth. Back off. That's what I thought they were going to get. They walked in and they said, it's between this and that. And there's one with less memory, one with more memory. And I'm like, are you sure? I'm like, well, I do, yeah, that more megabytes. I'm showing my age. More gigabytes. You see? I'm showing my age. Where am I? Why am I? How am I? So, they got me a phone. And for 3 months I'd been lying on the floor at night looking up at the stars, and I'd invented this character. In my mind I'd invented Delta Mike. In my mind he was called Delta Mike Boots on the Ground. This was Delta Mike, we're going in. Whoa. It's a silly, Beyonce has this character in her head that's not Beyonce. When she goes on stage, she's Sasha Fierce. In her head, she's someone else. It's a projection. It's someone else. It's a different entity. I guess I developed Delta Mike then. He was the guy that, given half a chance, when I get back to reality, he's the one who's gonna go and do the doing. Someone gave me a phone. I tried to access my previous email account with Google. Couldn't get in. It wanted to send a text message to my current phone for me to confirm that it was me. Well, there was no current phone. Those text messages went nowhere. Someone was coming down the road and now they've stopped, and I'm a little bit concerned they might be in my tent. I heard them coming this way, and now they're not coming this way. Hold on, folks, I might need to go and hit somebody. It's unlikely. They've probably stopped for a piss in the hedge or something. Just in case, give me 1 minute just to go and hit somebody. Tina, out the way. Daddy's going over. Oh no! No! Oh, sorry folks. Got knocked off, I don't even know how. Give me a second. I'm just going clobbering time around the corner. But I don't think so. Let me have a go. Okay, folks, I'm back. Hey, Tina. Hello, doggy darling. Hey, would you like some water in your water bowl? Hold on. Wait, here we go. I haven't got anything exact, but here we go. Hey, babe. Hey. There you go. Oh! Now I've got to climb over a Tina doggy. Sorry, folks. The knocking the phone over, that was an accident. I didn't even know I'd caught it. But there was distinctly, there were two voices in the road alongside the tent. Then they went quiet, and then nothing. I had to go and look, but they didn't come this way. As far as I can see, they didn't go back that way. They magicked. They did the Captain Kirk beam me up Scotty thing, as far as I can tell. You all right, Tina? Oh, you drunk your water, now you're going to lick my leg, obviously. Okay, folks, I am so far behind with chat. In fact, I'm so far behind with chat that chat's not even on my phone. Live chat, not top chat. Okay. I go back. How far back do I need to go? I see Farmer. I don't know when Farmer arrived. Pound Smack. I'm back. What? Hey! Fuck off. Are you waving at the beautiful ladies? I wish I was, mate. There's not been very many beautiful ladies coming past. And even if they were, the white-haired, like if you're a beautiful 25-year-old bikini-clad babe, I'm not exactly your target market. I wish I was. Even when I was 20, 25, I wish I was the target market. Now as a 50 fucking 8, what am I, 57? What year is this? Who's the president? I'm 57 for now, I'll be 58 in November. I have to work that shit. I never, if you ask me on any day of the week, if you ask me every day of the week, what age are you? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even remember what answer I gave you yesterday. I have to do the maths. It's most annoying. Even though I'm the math, I am a maths guy. Oh, look at that. That's a crack is that a crack in the screen? Oh! No. Hold on. It looks like a crack in the screen. Hold on. Oh, it's it's the fucking, oh, you bugger. I was trying to move and it wasn't moving away, and I'm thinking it's a crack in the screen. It's that, look at that. It's that line. Oh, fuck. Oh. Now, hold on, here we go. Jasper's gone all toilet talk. Hold on. Mike, you are in true terms an international man of mystery. Oh, we did the international man of mystery. That led us to the Matt Bradford, Ray Bradford Man in a Suitcase, which also tied in with Roy Vincent. Roy or Ray? Roy Vincent. The Invaders. That was a TV series. You had a shave, said Jasper. Yeah. Okay, I'm working forwards. I think I'm going to jump through some of the ones that I've seen. Michael thought they'd just let me out of the country rather than give me a hassle, rather than stop me getting out. Mike, just use jigaboo. Oh, that sounds racist. Is that just me? When you say jigaboo sounds, is that not? This might be my ethnocentric jigaboo. Tell me that's not a racism. I've got no idea. Jigaboo. Looking fresh, bro, said Luca Benidorm. I think I said Hola Tio. I think I said that back in the back when I was there was Scruff Dog arriving. Yeah, I remember that. I had Brad Pitts in my trousers many times. I got a pack of nappies. I had Brad Pitts. That sounds like. Hold on. What does that make me think of? And why does it make me think of what it makes me think of? Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt? That's an actor. I had Brad Pitt in my trousers many times. I got a pack of nappies. Oh, Brad Pitt shits. You're going with Cockney rhyming. I farted through it. I shot myself feeling. We've all, listen, if anyone there has never shot themselves, put your hand up now. There was Rose arriving, calling me all the handsomes under the sun. Is that a tie? Very nice. It's AI. Yeah, it's not a real picture, but yeah. That is what I would look like on a good day, on my best day, probably. But yeah. Jasper you got an eating disorder from eating all the fucking chocolates and biscuits and ice creams, you cunt. I've been watching you, Jasper. Folks, go and watch Jasper's YouTube channel. Chocolate. It's ice cream. I have now summarized the entirety of Jasper's chocolate and ice cream reviews. Chocolates, ice creams and biscuits. How's EcoFlow charging? It's doing very well, mate. I have two of them. Two EcoFlow, one's a River 2, one's a River 3. I have to be a little bit careful with the fridge. Oh, excuse me. Pardon the burpee pops. The fridge. Oh, okay, and again. The fridge will take every watt hour that you throw at it. Whatever power you give it, it will take it. And I'm not sure I notice a difference. Now, the telling point should have been today. Today Karen left the country on Saturday. And there was a frozen lasagna, some frozen veg, mainly peas, but I think there was another bag with mixed veg. And I've got some potatoes of different flavors or colors. You know, the orange ones, sweet potatoes and real potatoes. We can argue about real potatoes. Anyway, I was going to cube the potatoes up. I was going to fry those off. I've got a bit of cabbage as well. I was going to add some cabbage and onions. Then the mixed veg. And then I was going to warm up the lasagna. And that was going to be tonight's meal. I don't know if you can tell. There's no cabbage, mixed veg, lasagna. That's going to be tomorrow now. That's been put back. It just, you know, when you're not in the mood, you're not in the mood. But the EcoFlow themselves have been great. It's me. Oh. Okay, here's an admission. I don't know how to make this, given that you guys bought me the solar panels. I think I've broken them. Because they're marketed as flexible solar panels, I've treated them like they're flexible, and I pick up one end and I'll move them around and I'll do the doing. Now when I pick up one end and it bends and I'll hear a little crack and a creak and Yeah. Turns out I might have been breaking the connections. To anybody who buys flexible solar panels, your first job is to get a bit of plywood or hardboard or something behind them. Make them less flexible. Because if you pick it up at this corner, this side, that side, they will bend, and all those little cracks and creaks you hear are the filaments, in the internal filaments breaking. Well, they're not all. Some is just laminates separating. This layer is breaking from that layer, breaking from that layer. But every now and again, one of those pops or cracks or creaks you get is this bit of wire saying, I'm not sending power down to you anymore. Fuck you. I almost fell asleep there on the live stream. Did you see that? I was very, very near. I could have just relaxed into that and gone to sleep. I could do that. I could do that. Scrolling. Water the plants. I just did. When I went around there to check whether people were there, I did just not Walker's crisps. Okay. Rip. Canada pilot fined for wrong license. Not aware of this phenomena. How did he get as far as he did before being spotted? This is where Farmer entered the equation at 2038. It is currently 21:24. I'm like a good 50 minutes behind, a good 45 minutes behind at least. Our airport's desperate. Pilots don't look like it. Our airport's desperate for pilots. Don't look like it. No idea, mate. Watched a police program and this woman said, I got nothing to hide and stripped off all clothes, no censor. Hey, if she's got nothing to hide, you know. I like to watch a lady undress. I'm that kind of guy. What do we call them? Some people will try and say perverts, but some of us will just say heterosexual male. What the fuck are you talking about? Get your kit off and shut up. His farmer, this is where he enters. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And subscribe if you dare. Tramp, field. The fuck? What could possibly go wrong? How many years you can stay there so you get that land for free? I haven't looked. I know what you're talking about. It's called adverse possession, and it's never interested me. It's never been a thing. I don't even know if I could argue it. Adverse possession requires that you occupy the land and then act as though you own it. Now, I've got these trees, these dead trees falling over here, and I'm pushing on them, I'm snapping branches off, I'm doing it all out in the open. I'm not hiding the fact I'm doing it. Is this me managing the land openly as if it's mine? Is me just maintaining a tent here? And if someone else walks down the field and I go and fucking scare them off and tell them to go for me and the kids with the stones, batting them away, is that me? What counts as managing the land as if it's your own in the open, unhindered unhindered, not unhindered, but unhindered. Sorry. Sometimes English language gets away from me. The adverse possession thing, it's from a mercenary point of view, it's tempting. And that's why I will probably never do it. Probably. It would feel wrong to take this away from someone else. Now, here's the thing. What about if I could initiate that whole adverse possession thing and stipulate a singular John Doe entity that I would split the proceeds with, should such a contract or should this come to fruition? That would mean the owner got at least half the value of whatever he just lost, gave up on, didn't know about. I don't know how you would get. Why does the owner not know that I'm here? Why has he not trespassed me? Does he know I'm here and he's made a decision? Hey, it doesn't matter, that's no skin off my nose. Does he not know? Does he not exist? I don't know, mate. But yeah, the whole adverse possession thing is, it's tempting, but in my head, I've said all along, I am so grateful to just have this corner of a field and be left alone. It would seem shocking to move from that to trying to take ownership of the field away from its rightful owners. Wouldn't it? Isn't it? Didn't it? Have you thought, this is Hannah, hello Hannah, that's the first I've seen of you this evening, 2048, it's only 3/4 of an hour ago. Have you thought about getting a GoFundMe page to help you get back to the UK? To get back to the UK, the finances are not the biggest hurdle. They're not the biggest hurdle. I know that like there are flights for like 15 euros and 20 euros and 20, 30, 35, 40 euros. All of that. I know that those things happen. Dog. Okay. That's an extra 500 euros. That's a difficulty. But if I was to say to you, hey guys, in 2 weeks I'm going to get on flight 187 to blah, 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 from here to blah, blah, I know that you guys would step up. I know you would. I would not wish to abuse that, but I know that you, if I said, it's me and it's Tina, and we're going to get on flight XYZ 729, boom. It's just not that. And if I wouldn't want to go on the plane even. I've seen videos where they put dogs on a plane and the pilot forgets to press one button to pressurize the cargo cabin. And when they get to the other side, it's just a bunch of dead dogs. One button was not pressed and all the dogs are dead. When she goes back to the UK, she's going over land or over sea. And I use the word back when she goes back to the UK. She's never been. She's a Spanish dog. But you see the contortions, the mental gymnastics. I don't know. Hey babe, Daddy gets a cuddle. I do. I claim my cuddle. You've emptied that. Let's move that away. Well, it was not quite emptied, but almost emptied. Okay, folks. I've got about this much beer left. I gotta get another one in a minute or 3. We're on 2 hours. Hold on, and I'm garlic burps, then garlic farts. Oh, I'm not so sure. I'm not sure if I've ever experienced garlic farts. I've ever had garlic come out the other end. I mean, sure, when you have a curry, you take on board a pipeline of spices. Am I allowed to say that? You take on board a pipeline of spices, and that pipeline carries on to the outside thereafter. I don't know. Oh. So yeah, GoFundMe page to get back to the UK. It's not the financial amount. I haven't many times had enough money to get back, but I've got a police force that blocks me at random. Tina, it's okay. Hola, amigo. Bien. Hey. I got no idea what that last bit was about, but okay. The hola and the bien, and I can do the holas and the bien. No idea about the other stuff. Could have been about Muhammad or Abdul or whoever. I'll tell you at face value, they were nice people. They walked past it. They behaved nicely. I'll take that. I don't need to be more racist than I already am. Okay, folks, hold on. I'm scrolling. Annabelle, those family stands. Air Canada pilots for 17 years with wrong license. There you go. Either there are no checks or suddenly the checks are too invasive. I've got no idea, mate. I haven't seen that story. Because you would figure their hidden secrets out. I would need context. Gary, where were we? At just before 9 o'clock my time. What were we talking about? We got help with a double L. We got hello Fama. Welcome, hello Gary. Okay, you guys talking amongst yourself. Mike, do you ever see any UFOs out there? Says Gary. Well, that's interesting. When I used to sleep in the field before I had a shelter, if you've seen, you've never seen. I'm gonna bet there's not a single person here that has watched my first ever video. If you've watched my first ever video, make yourself known now. Because I'm gonna bet no. I've spent 4 fucking years pushing that shit. Push it real good. Salt and pepper. Push it real good. There you go. That's the best karaoke you're gonna get from me. Push it real good. One of you's got to get down and crawl between the legs of the other girl, because we all like to see one girl under the legs of another girl. That's a pornography joke. Shush. I don't care. I said it. It's a thing. It's a man thing. Shut up. Girls, I don't care. I said it. It's a thing. Okay. Moving on. Where was I? I got lost at the pseudo lesbian pornography. Push it real good. Shut up. Okay. I don't remember the question. Let me... UFOs. Yeah, UFOs. Laying in the field. Elon was launching his... what's his network of kind of fucking low Earth orbit satellites? And they were bright white. He didn't think to paint the bottom black. They were bright white on the underside. And everywhere they went, the sky moved. I couldn't sit here for more than quarter of an hour looking up at the sky, laying on the ground, looking up at the sky for 15 minutes. Stars moved. Everything moved. There was one time I was watching a fucking... I must have missed the beginning of this. I must have, because... Wait till you hear. I watched a constellation for about 15 minutes. And then one of the stars took off. Like it's hovered. And then gone. I mean, it can't have... It's almost... Well, it's almost impossible that that's the case. But the star must have come over and it must have lodged itself in parallel, or you know, in my line of sight to the star, and it must have kind of gone really slow for a while, but then it went. Oh my God. So I'm not a big believer in UFOs as in Martians. I can tell you why. Because it's almost preposterous. As far as we understand it, the distances involved. If the speed of light is the limit we think it is, now, there's an if. There's an if. But if the speed of light is the limit we think it is, the odds of someone being able to travel from over there to over here in any kind of numerable... They'd have to send robots. It'd have to take hundreds of millions of years. It's just not a... Now, if warp drive, flash drive, forward space, if any of that is a thing, I mean, I can't say no. Can you? We have no evidence for it to actually exist, but it's the whole proving a negative. There are no black swans, folks. Come on. You've never seen a black swan in your fucking... There are no black swans. Oh, black swan. How do you prove a negative? It needs one instance in the entirety of humanity to disprove your potential hypothesis. You might not know where that comes from, why that comes from, how that comes from, how reliable that comes from. If you say this is not a possible thing, it's one hypothesized instance to ruin your theory. So UFOs, I thought as a kid, I thought I'd seen one. I did. I thought I'd seen one. But the 70s was kind of like that. I think not. but I can't say that I know not, if that works. Gary says, I love Temu. I haven't had too many bad experiences. I've had the odd one product. What have I don't even know. Can I even list? I've had the odd one thing that was the crock of shit I thought it was going to be when I bought it. But no, in general, they've always been a fair effort at what they claim to be. Now, whether they were as good at what they claim to be as they said they were, is this the best veg peeler ever? Is this the best? Probably not. Probably not. Is it an okay veg peeler? Yeah. Shaves the veg like a razor. It's like a razor you take down the veg. Am I still going to be using it in 23 years' time? I've got no fucking clue. I severely doubt it, but what? But why? Why do you even ask the question? I got no idea. Lift up the solar panel, put in a safe place. A little bit late now. It's gone dark now. I've missed all that. Tangent, me too. I know, Jasper. I'm aware of Jasper's proclivity for tangents. All right, I think you've covered the rants for the month, Michael. Let's go over comments now. Yeah, I'm just coming over you guys now. Coming over you. Ooh. Any beer bargains on Temu? I don't think, because beer brings about tariffs, duties and tariffs. I don't think you can buy. I don't think that's something that you can get on Temu. Trailer tent, shades, X-ray specs. Jasper's throwing out all the options, all the things that I might think about buying. More tech gear for YouTube production. A couple of cables, maybe a ring light, maybe a microphone. I don't even have ear. Even when I'm not doing YouTube, I don't have a pair of headphones at the minute. People have given me some in the past and they've got caught up in one set of shit, or it's basically the tent has flooded at some point and shit got shitted on. I am currently without headphones entirely. So whether they're Bluetooth, whether they're just plugging, the survival radio things I'm looking at, but after my last one gave in, I don't have too much. What's the word? Faith. I don't have too much faith in them. It was a brilliant setup. It worked brilliantly for as long as it worked, and then one morning it just didn't work. It's a capacitor. It's a resistor. It's a single component failure. But unlike Big Clive, I'm not that guy. Someone tell me what what's the iron called and the molten lead shit? What's it called? Hold on, give me a minute. Solder if you're American. The soldering iron or soldering iron and solder. I don't have. I would also need a multimeter. I would also need walking through step by step through the process. I would not know what I was fucking looking at. I know to begin at the power supply, come through the switch, check whether the switch is plusing or minusing the power. Have we got continuity of, okay, and then on to where, but you would be look. It's like if you gave a monkey the controls to a fucking Concorde or something. It's you know what I mean. I'm gonna go get a beer, folks. Hold on. That's empty. Is that one? Oh, that one's empty. Okay, the two coffees are both empty. If the coffees are empty, it's just the beer then, yeah? Hey, Tina. I'm gonna, as well, okay. I did this the other night. This wasn't a video thing, but if I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna have to get my lamp, and I'm gonna get an extra t-shirt to put. This is a daytime t-shirt. This is the thinnest of thin t-shirts you could ever have. If I'm gonna sit here as the sun goes down and it gets cooler, I'm okay for now, but later I'll need a cover. Okay, folks, 2 minutes if you can. Don't leave. If you leave, I'm gonna hunt you down. Hey, Tina. Oh, where are we going? Inside. You wait. Inside the t-shirt. No. Okay. You gotta get in the Hold on. Wait a minute, Joe. I got no clue on it. Okay. Oh. Hold on, wait a minute now. Right, let's have a look at you, boy. Right? There's not right? How do you do that? Come on. Hey, what the fuck is going on here? Okay. Get out the fucking way. You're in the way. Don't be in the way. Okay, folks. Sorry. Bit of a delay. Hey, Tina. Hey. Okay, babe. Can I get in past Tina? Here we go. How much of the audience did we lose? Oh, lots of them. We lost about a third of the audience. I do apologise, folks. I got caught up. So, I got in there. It turned out I wanted a pee. I didn't know I wanted a pee, but I got a pee. Then I sat there wrestling with the door. The door's got itself in a knot. And I can't, without a light shining on it, I got no clue. I got no. Oh, I didn't bring the light myself. Look, I'm gonna need a light in the next 15 or 20 minutes. I do have a lamp. Do I get that now, or I'll leave it a while? I'll leave it another 5 or 10 minutes. Okay. Where are we? Look at this. This one is a Steinberg Klassiker. I think this is from Ismo. This is Ismo beer. He was talking about how it's gone up. Steinberg's gone up from 4.8 to 5.2%. Cheers to anyone who stood by me for the last 2 minutes while I wasn't here. Stood by me, stuck by me. Whatever. What's that? Is that a verb or an adjective? Whatever that is. Anyone who stayed with me. Hey, babe. Tina's there. I am live chat all messages. Okay, I'm scrolling. I'm way behind. I'm on 2109, which is almost 45 minutes ago. There goes reality, says Farmer. More tech gear for your YouTube production. Oh, this is when I was talking about buying from Temu. I don't really want to be buying. I don't really want to be buying for YouTubery. I want to use the money. This is the hook for anyone who wants to sponsor me or help me. Every 2 or 3 months, if I could put together like a €50 order and just buy stuff to make life better. Now, whether that's one €50 air conditioner. This is how it started. I was looking at an air conditioner that was like 17 or 19 or 20 euros. And I know it's going to be shit. But it's got to have some... It's got to work to some extent, hasn't it? So if I buy like a 20, 25, 30 euro aircon, and I know it's only going to be a swamp cooler, I know it's not true aircon, you have to put cold water in. But I've got a freezer nowadays. I can put cold water in every 10 or 12 hours or whatever it is it needs. and then suffer the mold that happens afterwards, because all you're doing is pumping cold water into your air, into your tent and bedroom. But at least you'll feel cold. Look at this, it's gone really dark really quickly. Folks, give me 1 minute, okay? Don't leave. If you're here now, when I come back, there's 12 feet, it says there's 12. I want to still see 12. If I come back and I see like 9, then I fucked up. Let me go get the lamp. There is a lamp. It isn't far away. It's just inside the door. Hold on. So what you got? Hold on. Where? Hold on. It was here. How can it not be here? Right there. Hold on, wait a minute now. Wow. Okay folks, hold on, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. That was a little bit more convoluted than it should have been. Hitting it. Hold on. Oh, look at that. It's almost like he knows what he's doing. Brightest middle. We generally go with the middle. We generally put it somewhere like that. What do you think? Handsome devil or what? It's not exactly my favourite lighting, I'll be honest. And I've got this beer. Okay. The lamp was been on charge since last night, and then it just wasn't there, and then it got buried under some shit. And the tablet that's been charging for about 12 hours was only on 55%, become disconnected and wasn't actually charging. Shit happens. When you live in a field, Mike, it's not silly at all. Gary's my fictional person in the world. Okay, the whole Torrevieja Delta Mike alter ego. Yeah. If anybody wants to know my real name, just email me. Email me. If you want to be in touch, messenger-wise, or what's the other one? The green one. WhatsApp. I have the technology, folks. Contact me in the real world. Maybe send me a PayPal donation. And at the end, I will sign off and I give my real name or thereabouts at the end. Jasper says he's the real McCoy. I doubt it. You look like a packet of crisps to me. Oh, you're still on, says Farmer. Yeah, you know, empty chair stream. I'm not Hassan Piker. I don't. Even if it's an empty chair, it's not a reaction stream. It's not an empty chair while you look at I don't know, somebody doing whatever. Please pay a toll for looking too close to my tent. Yeah, I could do that. I want to clear this table off and take it the other side, so all the people that are walking up and down, I'll be sat there. They'll have no option but to say hello. And maybe some of them will, you know, take pity on a poor... Pity the fool! B.A. Baracus, is it? Pity the fool? Yeah. Peeping Tom maybe said Jasper. We do have a couple of guys around here called Tom. I haven't seen Tommy Tombstone. Where are you? Calling Tommy Tombstone. If you don't make yourself known before Saturday, that's what I'm going to call the live stream. Calling Tommy Tombstone. Oh my God, a snake. Lol. Says Farmer. I think he's just trying to frighten me. There are snakes in Spain, but not many. West End Torrevieja. Not O. Not Torrevieja. Torrevieja. When's Karen come back? Karen only just left. When did she leave? Was that Saturday? Just gone. She's in like 5 days. Fuck. Shut up. Fuck. She's only just gone. It's 5 days, isn't it? It's basically 5 weeks. She can come back for 5 days, and then she has to not come back for 90 or some portion thereof. Yeah, no, that's all very awkward. That's all very awkward. Pineapple on pizza is a click above. Pineapple on pizza, I'm with pineapple. As long as you've got gammon. You see, you foreigners don't know what gammon is. Gammon is like a thickly sliced ham, and it goes beautifully with pineapple. Ham and pineapple. This is where we got our Hawaiian pizza idea. But it was us with the gammon and the pineapple. Definitely, it's a British thing. Keep your hands off. Mike, you must put your solar panel at an angle, chaplol. It's going break like that flat on the ground. No, when the sun... No. You got to... We're in Spain, okay? 2 o'clock, solar noon. The sun is literally fucking over... Well, almost literally overhead. It's a thing. It's a thing. So I start off with the sun, with the panel... The panels here, that angle, right? In the morning. And about 11 o'clock, I lower it to something like that and turn it around a bit, and then it ends up flat on the ground. And no, I have there's a trick with like a can of beans or a can of peat. You take a tin of food, you put the tin on literally lay the tin endways on the solar panel. You don't want to see a shadow in any direction. No shadow. Or minimal. If you've got it at an angle like that and the sun is there. Now, these panels actually seem to do better with a slight angle. So you find the perfect point with the perfect suboptimal slightly. Something to do with the construction of the panels. You just lift, you find perfect according to shadow, and then you just lift 10 or 20 degrees. And that's how you optimize this particular set of panels. It's a thing. Hold on. I see that scrolling back and I'm trying to... Oh shit. Hold on. I'm on 4% power. Hold on. Wait. I gotta go get an EcoFlow and a cable because we're out of power. Hold on. Wait a minute there. Hold on. Wait a minute there. Oh, is that the cable you want? That's the one cable you want. Hello? You're the one with the thing. Wait. I've got no idea here, Tina. Hey, babe. Oi, move. That's not quite the move I was looking for. Hold on, folks. Wait a minute. You're on 4% power. Somehow, you're on 4% power. Oh, and I look like the bad guy trying to be the... Hold on. Is that a thing? I think that's a thing. Hold on. I gotta move this. I got this. There's a chair over here. Come here, fucker. This way. Just move 3 foot this way. Whoa! 3 foot this way. And you can situate you there, look. Okay. Okay? Hold on. And then it might look... I'm going to put that on full blast. Now, hold on. Wait a minute now. 3% power on the... Okay, we may have just rescued shit. Maybe. We did this live. Wow. What heroes. Tripod needed. Don't mention tripod. A tripod to me means 3 cans of beer. Please pay a toll for looking too close at my tent. Yeah, okay, Jasper. Yeah. Peeping Tom, maybe. Oh my god, a snake. Is West End Torrevieja, says when Karen come back. Yeah, we had the Karen conversation. Pineapple on pizza. Yeah, we had that. Mike, you must put your solar panel at an angle, chap, lol. It's gonna break like that flat on the ground. No, it's fine. When the sun's directly overhead, flat on the ground is fine. As long as nobody's stepping on it or it turns out I have abused my panels and I may. So if you remember, I've only owned these panels about 3 or 4 months. I may have reduced their capacity quite significantly through my own ignorance. I thought flexible panels are flexible. I mean, why wouldn't you? But it turns out if you flex them in the wrong way, all the cracks and creaks and little clicks that you hear, those are little joints being torn asunder and they don't work as well anymore. I think 65 watts is the maximum I've seen this week. And some of that's clear blue sky in what's almost summer. If I can only get 65 watts in perfect conditions in a perfect day, it's not a 100-watt panel anymore. But it was when I got it. Now, I think I will pick up one end and the other end will flop around because it's flexible, right? No. Every time you flex it and one of these little joints breaks, you're losing a percentage of chargeability, the ability to charge. That's probably not what you want, folks. I mean, I hate to, you know, piss on your chips, but if I knew now, if I knew then what I knew now, I'd do things differently. I would have got those panels and I would put them on some kind of hardboard or plywood or you know some kind of chipboard or I would have given them a cheap, what's the word? Resistive alternative, a cheap backing, a cheap something, give them some solidness. That's not the word. Solidarity is definitely not the word. Solidity. I make up some shit. I have no idea. Tim, Professor Tim, give me a word. Tell me what word I couldn't find, because I couldn't find the fucking word. All right, I'm scrolling. Sent you. Hold on. Mike, you must put your. I got that. Can't you connect your power illegally to a street pole, like they do here in the Republic of South Africa? Okay, have you ever watched Big Clive or Scruff Dog? What do you know about street poles? You probably know that they are many, many, many volts above 240 or 220. You also know they're connected in series, and there's a drop-off. This is why they start off at thousands of volts, like 15,000 volts that way, and each lamp, they go up and down, up and down, up. The power drops off. If you think I'm plugging into 15,000 volts, hoping it coincides with the 220 volts that one or maybe two apps that I need uses. No? Maybe? As an answer, just no? Am I going to go and mess around? Look, put me inside a computer case. I was a wizard, but that's 15, 20 years ago. Put me inside the wall of a house, I had no fucking idea. Put me inside street lighting, no. Many multiples of 240 volts or 220 volts, whatever you. There's something weird going on where the top of the street isn't lit up. I'll show you that. Hold on. I don't know whether you'd make head nor tail. It actually looks brighter on the phone than it does in real life. That's incredible. The phone lights that up superbly. That's dark. That yellow is just a glow. That blue sky that you're seeing, that's not even a I mean, the sky is blue. Oh, the sky is blue, but it's about 10% as vivid as that. That's weird. Oh, burping, sorry. Yeah, no, street lights. You want to mess with the electric from street lights, you got to be Big Clive. I wouldn't, or Kev, or one of those other guys that do that for a living. I wouldn't begin to pretend to know. She should play hide the sausage. All ladies should play hide the sausage. Whether they like you or not, no, shush. I remember 1984, an old lady had an orchard. Some people put caravan there and stayed, went holiday. then stole the land. Oh, this is the what's it called? I used the term earlier. So basically, society wants land to be used, and if land sits there unused, society will give other people a chance to take it over. Adverse possession, that's the phrase I was looking for. It's a specific term of art, a specific legal term that has meaning. Adverse possession. There was a guy moved into a flat in an apartment, and like he broke his way in, and nobody bothered him for 20 years. And then he went to the court and he said, hey, I've been here 20 years. The mail arrives, it's in my name, I'm here, I've worked on the place, I've done this, I've done that, I've inspected, I kept the damp out, I did all the things. And the court said, okay, you now own it. As a society, we don't want 50% of our properties left open and unused. That's not what a city, a village, a town, that's not what a society is. Now, do you want a bunch of malcontents who've contributed nothing and who have done no, those are not, that's not your thing. But do you object to the guy who moved into a field and no one else wanted the field, and he maintained the field and he did what he did, and it, however big or however little, he did what he did and maintained it and did his thing? Can he have the field? Where's the harm? Why not? Stop some other fuckers just sitting a tent on the field. I don't know. I'm open to both ends. That sounds wrong. Sounds like I'm waiting to be spit roasted. I'm open at both ends. No, shut up. Maria's probably going to drop in any minute and tell you what a deviant you are. So many chili eating vids, no vids about After Effects, going to toilet, ooh, I'm burning out. I've done many videos, Jasper, about ring sting, about the pressure in the loins, about how sudden some things can come along. The older I get, it feels like they just come along more suddenly. Should I be glad? Should I be glad that there's a way out? That sounds very, very wrong. Does that sound wrong? I think that sounds wrong. I think that sounds wrong. I'm going to scroll. I'm going to scroll because Jasper says all the things. Hannah says, yes, I have. And I have a lost context with whatever Hannah might have said earlier, which might have caused a question. I don't think I've got the wherewithal to go that far back at this point, Hannah. I do apologise. Maybe you could clarify further down in the messages, maybe? If it's not too onerous, and if you're still here. I gotta go back, I'm scrolling back now. I'm still scrolling back. I'm picking up the odd message, but I'm not entirely sure of context with a lot of them. Oh, boom, boom, said Jasper. Delta Mike needs telescope so he can do astrology. Oh, no, astronomy. Hold on. Whoa. Where do you get astrology from? Whoa, Jasper. I'm a man of science. Or at least I pretend to be. Astrology? The fuck? You want to get me a telescope so that I can go and study the moons of Jupiter or Phobos and Deimos around Mars or whatever? That's astronomy. Me is a short of metric. It's a short for measure or view. Astronomy. Astrology. That's bullshit. Probably bullshit. Newton, I'm aware, yeah. Before people say Newton, and it's okay. I'm aware. I'm not 100% dismissing. I am only 95% dismissing. I don't know. Okay, folks, have you noticed Tina's just gone to sleep at my feet? It's very, very cute. Oh, you're awake again. It's very, very cute. It doesn't take us forward anyway. All right, folks. Coming up on 3 hours. I want to make that 4 hours. You know why. If you've been here before, you know why I want to make the 4 hours. Boom, boom. Jasper, you got to be careful with your language. You'll get yourself caught up in terrorism legislation. Limerick, Mark, MC, Happy Camper, McHappy Camper. Here I sit in a cloud of vapour. Somewhere stole the poo house paper. Shit, I'm going to go shit house paper. Boss is yelling, no time to linger. Look out as here comes my finger. We have the, it's a common thing where the Azal, as it was called, the Azal, the greaseproof paper we had as kids, we would always joke about sticking the finger through. Other than that, you were just smearing it around and it was, yeah, not good. Nice to see you here, Mark. I haven't seen you here in a little while. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, click, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. McCabby Camper, Mark says hello, Mike. Hello, Mark. I think I've said it already, but yeah, okay, mate. I enjoyed your what would you call? Was it the gazebo thing? The pop-up tent on 6 or 8 parts, including the roof. That was great. If I'd ever been in a place that had a really small yard, or a large yard with small enough segments. I'm not saying that you're rich and posh, but compared to me, you're rich and posh. But yeah, no, I enjoyed, I like that video, mate. That was a good video. And I've seen 1 or 2 of the ones since, obviously. Yeah. Let's have a look. Jasper said, hey, Ron and Rude Boys channel, Happy Camper. Ron and Rude Boys, I think channel Happy Camper, I think that's a reference to Mark that we were just talking to. The rest, Ron and Rude Boys, it's probably a reference to a film or something that I have no access to. I'll check it out, says Mark, I think talking to Jasper. Spark plug joke and Marines joke. Again, you're off on one, mate. You're off on one. It's okay, Tina. You're a good girl. She's not a good girl. Don't tell her she's a good... She's been pissing and shitting in my bed all week. Don't tell her she's... Just because she's lying on newspapers and puppy pads doesn't mean she's a good girl. She's not gonna... That's the way to do it. Look up Punch and Judy. Punch and Judy puppets. She's not a good girl. Any stunner lying on the rocks near you close to beach? I haven't. Mate, if there was a really, really, really pretty lady, I would be the first one standing on the cliffs looking over her. I'm not saying I'd be brave enough to approach her. Look at me. Look at me. Even after trimming the beard, I'm a fat fuck of an old man. If you find me a 30 or a 35-year-old woman on the beach, hello, and walk past that, and that would be, that's the only flirting you get. Now, as far as I'm concerned, obviously, I am the most what's the word? Available bachelor. I am the. It's me. I'm the guy. In my head. For all of about 3 minutes, until the first woman walks past and goes and toots in my general direction. And now I'm guilty of some kind of a fray or some other feral fucking, I don't know. Let me scroll. I gotta scroll, otherwise I'm gonna pick up the phone. Otherwise we'll be here forever. Prank's not interested. Most are watching people get hurt, not good. You are correct. There's this trooper. Yeah, but is he in Utah? And is he stealing Lego bricks from people nearby, or assisting in the stealing, pilfering of Legos from nearby? Hold on. No, I got all this. No, it's not. Am I still here? I'm still here. That's good. Hold on. Mike is just behind in chat as per usual. Yeah, I'm only an hour behind. Come on. Don't taro, that's the word for the weasel shit. I got capital and corporal punishment mixed up. Oh, it's so easily done. When I was at school and they decided to implement capital punishment, you didn't get the cane, you got beheaded. Sorry, what about, have I missed something, Hannah? Hold on. I was responding to when you said if anyone's seen your first video. Okay. Some people have seen it then, yeah? Maybe, I hope. I'm going to scroll back. I got to work back to where I know where I'm on comfortable ground. It's only 45 minutes. Don't panic. I will get to you. Honestly, it's a thing. Welcome, hello, happy camper. That's what I think Mark, here he is. Mark, happy camper. Delta Mike needs a telescope so he can do this was the astronomy thing. Oh, Jasper, you got to learn the difference. I'm a man of science. Or at least I purport to be. Limerick, here I sit in a cloud of vapour. Someone stole the shithouse paper. Boss is yelling, no time to linger. Look out as here comes my finger. Mark, you are a student of the Itzal. What was that shit called? The greaseproof paper that we had to use as toilet paper instead of the cushioned velvety four-ply stuff that we now have. There was Mark saying hello, Mike. Hello, Mark. Ron and the Rude Boys channel, happy camper. Not aware of the phenomenon. Spark plug choke and Marines joke. Yeah, no, Jasper, maybe I'm just too, what's the word? It's okay, Tina, you're a good girl. Hey, Tina, apparently you're a good girl. I don't know when or how or why you attached or approached that sobriquet, but yeah, Tina's a good girl. Apparently, it's a fact. It said it on the internet, so it must be true. Tina never pissed or shit the bed all day long. Type that, Mark. Then it's on the internet, and it must be true. Any stunner lying on the rocks near you close to the beach? This was the first time we got as close to the beach as we did. When we did the sunrise, that's the word. When we did the sunrise video this morning. We don't generally do I haven't got the vocabulary again. We don't watch people sunbathe down the drives and down the slopes. It's not our thing. Listen, I love to look at a beautiful lady scantily clad, but she has to be part of it. She has to know that she's undressing, and I'm not going over to the cliffs and being that perp. That's not me. No. Pranks, not interested. Most are watching people get hurt. Not good. I guess, like things like Mr. Bean and not Mr. Bean. What's he called? The top YouTuber now. Mr. I don't want to say Mr. Ben now because that sounds like a UK TV character. You know the guy I'm talking about. His ethos was to, hey, what if we could get everyone to watch this because we squirt some lemonade or citrus or some washing up liquid. It always looked disgusting and dangerous, but they paid to correct it. It's still not Mr. Bean or Mr. Ben. I don't care. It's not my play. I don't. It's not for me to try and stop that happening. I don't think. If life got really, really, really much more weird, and that place was still not weird, yeah, I would probably linger and fight to the teeth. I think so. I think I would. Is that bad? Am I a bad guy now? I'm saying, hey, I would take part in, who knows. Let's go, let's scroll. There's this trooper, says Farmer. And then a picture, and this trooper. No idea. Jerky Boys did phone call pranks, funny stuff. Yeah, a prank's a prank until it's not. If you're calling someone up and saying, oh, I think there's a thing. All right. 2 cops come out of position. If you divert an entire shift of police officers to one incident, I'm going to be looking back at the bank or similar. Now, if it's not of interest to you for hours and hours and hours, please continue having it not be an interest to you. Maybe from here tomorrow to many, many hours. What do you do, folks? What do you do with such things and such people? Getting cold. I put an extra t-shirt on because it gets cold, yeah? Call sheep called, and when end of June shear sheeps. Okay, so you're not too you're only a few weeks from now, and you got to shear your sheep. Okay, Jasper. Good luck with that, mate. I think they wriggle a little bit, as I understand it. Who let the dogs out? Says Mark. Whoever owns the dogs. I'm not going to read Flanagan. I only just read it a little while ago. I had a Jimmy Riddle. That's a piddle. That's a piss. That's a urination for anyone who wants to know. Had a little one a while back myself, but I'm not going to point out when. You can't look up that site I posted. Just look up the Jerky Boys, the Frank Rizzo bit. So you're making the jerky over. Is this you making the jerky over the fire? I'm guessing from. Woof woof, says Jasper. No, it's a Jimmy Riddle. It's a piddle. It's rhyming slang, Cockney rhyming slang. Jimmy Riddle piddle, which is a name for a small puddle. It's a wee wee. It's going for a piss. The fat gent. Hello. First time tuning in. I found you through Mr. Egg's Rum Runner streams. Oh, then you need to run away really quick. The egg never lasts around here. I love Phil. I love Mr. Egg. So after I do these streams, usually the Friday night ones. This is an abomination. The Thursday night thing is unusual. Normally I'll do one Friday when I wake. And then I need a wind down. So it'll be 3 or 4 o'clock my time in Spain, and then I need a wind down until about 6. Then he goes live about 8 or 9 my time, 8 or 9 in the morning. So as I'm waking up from a not a deep sleep, but as I'm waking up from a nap, Phil goes live, and I've got no interest in Thailand, Pattaya, soy bacao, all of the words. I will never go there, probably ever. But I love watching his stream on a Saturday morning, and some of the other ones as well. But mainly on YouTube for me, it's a Saturday morning. I just relax into it. I wake up and it's there, and I relax into it, and for me, it's perfection. So the fat gent, you saw a mention of me on Mr. Egg Rum Runner. For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, Rum Runner is a bar in Thailand. Is Pattaya the name of the town? Pattaya. And he's on a street called Soy Bacao. Soy means like back alley, or I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's a grid pattern, and if you're in one direction, you're you get one word, and if you're in a different direction, you get a different word. I've no idea. What do I know? I'm a tramp who lives in a fucking field. Excuse me. Nice to meet you, though. I don't know if you've got a real name that you would like to share, the fat gent. I don't know. Are you a Steve or a Dave or a Ben? Jasper going to the toilet. There's too much info. Farmer welcoming the fat gent. UK didn't want free movement of travel, so now only 90 days a year. How terrible unless you're rich. You're treading on really delicate territory, Jasper, but I don't think it's that the UK didn't want easy transport. David Cameron was putting something at a higher level to the Euros. He was saying, look, we need this. This is wrong. We need this solving. If we don't get this solved, then we might do this, you know, we might take this vote, this step. I think he was pushing, hoping to get the thing he was trying to push through. He was trying to get that sorted. It didn't work. And so then he had a dilemma he wasn't prepared for. What if the people said yes to leaving? What if? He didn't have the civil service and all of the he didn't have everything in place he needed for such a something of such a magnitudinous, that's not a word, scale, for something so big. He wasn't prepared for something so big. He had no clue. In my humble opinion, and I'm not going to take a deep dive into the politics of it. Where's those glasses you had in early videos? I've had 3 or 4 pairs of glasses snap on me. Some when I fall over or when something hits me in the middle of the head. I think I've lost one in a fight, but we won't talk about that. Just if you wear something, if you're reliant on something and you're wearing it all the time, and you're in a field and things happen and you trip and you fall and you smack and you even just getting up out of bed, my head ends up in the arm of the chair sometimes. It's all a shithole, you know? What can I say? Farmer says bitter. I don't know if he's talking about beer or if he's talking German and saying thank you, bitter, bitter schon, all of that. Pull up a chair for the EcoFlow. Is there an extra beer? There's always an extra beer near the EcoFlow. There are currently 15 extra beers, I think, near the EcoFlow. If you were to pull around, we could all sit down and enjoy a beer until about 6 o'clock. 1 beer per pint, 1 beer per hour. It'll be 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, my time, when we finally run out of beer. Of course, I'm going to want to go and buy some more for Saturday, Sunday. The shop isn't open on a Sunday. So if I want, I might need to buy beer for Saturday, Sunday. It's not open Sunday. But here's the thing, they might not want me in there anymore. I got a little bit aggressive with this Swedish, just because he's 6'4". What got me was when I got angry and I took half a step. Literally, I just turned around and moved a foot to stabilize myself, but I moved in that direction. And he kind of stepped back 2 yards, 2 meters, 2 steps backwards. Look at me. Fat old man. Now I've got an attitude. And when it comes to fighting and being angry and being, I display certain traits. I just wouldn't have expected a 6'4" Swedish 30-something-year-old man to be on the back foot when faced with almost a 60-year-old fat Trump. I haven't got any other words. I haven't got any other words for it, folks. Did he step back or did he run away? It's not my choice to make. But I would like it to say he ran away because that's an ego stroke. When you're this age. I'm scrolling. Peeping Tom to people spying on you. See all these new YouTubers wanting to fund their new luxury house in Spain, live full time, they must be rich and stay more than 90 days. If you watch a house that's got more than one streamer living in it, and it's not if it's not one of the 10 streamers that everyone knows the name of, it's rental. America leads to this because American wages are crazy high, and so they get rental, but the rental gets crazy high, leaving them no better off than me or you, even though they're on 300 grand a year and you're on 30 grand a year, but they're no better off than you. They don't have any health care, they don't have any... Yeah, you just start adding it all up. It's a thing. Oh, I tell you now, that is still those garlic croutons in the pack earlier. Oh. Interesting question, folks. I think. Is it? Or maybe not. Maybe I'll hold off on that one until another time. I was adversely possessed after eating some bad food. Yeah, when it gets a hold of your colon, being adversely possessed is not, it's not optimal. It's not optimal, my friend. Spit roast. I don't know whether Jasper knows what he's saying. Do you know that's a girl and a guy at that end and a guy at that end? That there's a... Spit roast has other connotations other than just cooking a boar or a wild boar or a pig or a whatever. Spit roast is different. Hannah was responding to when you said if anyone's seen your first video. Yeah, I think I got that. I love the fact that some people have seen my first video. I hate the fact that even if I advertise my video in the peak period in the middle of these other videos and I say, go and watch my first video. Once every 2 or 3 months I go back and watch it again. And maybe the following 3 or 4 videos. But these are short videos, guys. 15, 20, 10, 5. Some of them are 5 minutes long. You want to know who Delta Mike is? Who I am, like as a person, inherently. I'm a guy who lived in a field and I built a bed in the field. And then a storm came and I had advance notice. And so I built a shelter around the bed. And then the storm really came and the shelter split end to end. The plastic split end to end and dumped hundreds of gallons, I'm going to say hundreds of gallons of water. Imagine a thunderstorm over a few days and it's all overhead, it's gathered in and the plastic didn't hold because you've been using it for 4 months and the power fell in. Am I blaming them? No, of course not. It's not their fault. It's a thing. It happens. But did I go cap in hand to a food bank or to a this bank or a that bank or a... Have I gone and asked, can you help? And no. No, I didn't do that. That's not me. It's not my way. It's not what I want. I had the literal head of Torrevieja welfare here. He could have said, hey, it sounds like you qualify for this benefit or that benefit. Let's get you 800, 900, 1,200 euros a month. He could have said that. I mean, I'd have taken it. I'd have fucking taken it. But instead, following the priorities of his mayor is more interesting than just getting me hammered by the Guardia Civil or Policia Local, whichever one. I just wanted to flip a burger over my head. And then arrest me when that person's burger didn't match my burger. I don't know. Let me pick the phone up. I'm going to pick the phone up. I'm going to take a quick swig of beer. I'm at the bottom of this can. I'm going to go get another can in a minute and maybe get a wee wee. We're on 3 hours 21. Unbelievable. Jasper says something about spelling tarot. I got capital and corporal punch. I saw the capital and corporal mixed up. I saw that earlier. Sorry, Anna, Mike is behind. He's always behind. Mike is always behind. Chirp, chirp, birds. Yeah, so, yeah. Can't remember all words and pronouns. You see, I don't even know what a fucking pronoun is. I got as far as verbs. Okay. Really? I got as far as verbs, nouns, and adjectives. And I even have to pause on adjectives to remember what's what. So anything other than that, anything beyond that, again, hold on, adjectives describe what happens to is that a noun or a verb? So it's like the big red bus or the big fast bus. Hold on. Computing, circles are working around. I'm not exactly sure. See, when it came to the English language, this is why I struggle with foreign languages. When they start talking about the gerund form and the this form and the that form and the other, I don't know. Look, past, present, future, I understand. Verbs and nouns, I understand. How much more do we need to muddy the waters beyond that? What's this tense in Spanish that where you never know whether it is or it isn't? There's always an uncertainty, and therefore it's like, did he smack the bitch? Well, he said he was going to. What tense is that? What did he or didn't he? Maybe. It's like there's a whole. You have a whole fucking, and half the language in Spanish is built around this fucking shitty wishy-washiness. I got no fucking idea. Did he smack the bitch? Did he not smack the bitch? Is he going to smack the bitch? Has he already smacked the bitch? I've got no clue. And you know what? Neither do you. Anyway, I'm scrolling. Frank Spencer. Ooh, Betty, she's done a whoopsie. I think it was after his first child. Who knew that he would go on to be an ultra mega singist? What's the best word for it? I know it's vaudeville. I know it's theatre. I know it's musicals, but it counts. It's like, whoops, Betty, I've done a whoopsie, and now everyone can sing along with me. Okay. That? I've no idea. Beatles About. That was the one as well, wasn't it? Similar period. Mid-80s. After Game for a Laugh. Beatles About branched out on his own. Am I right in saying that there were 4 people there, only 2 made a success of their careers, really? So Beatles About, yeah. Henry Kelly going for gold. Then you had that Helen Kennedy woman who became a radio, I hesitate to say DJ, a radio announcer, radio political commentator. 90s into the 100s. And then you had the big fella with the beard. Yeah. I think he did best of the lot. Okay, folks. Hey, Tina. Okay. Tina just moved and made me realise that I've ignored her for a little bit. Hello, babe. Hello, you. Hello, you. I got my girl. Shall we? Hold on. I'm gonna disconnect from there. Resume. It took a thing as not a thing, and it took not a thing as a real thing. Hold on. How's that? No. The camera on. No. That's Tina. What do I do? Hold on. There. That. Hey, babe. Hey. You wouldn't believe the steps I just had to jump through to make that work. Hello. Hello. You don't want to get too close. You get too close, it looks like you're just a snout and some rats. You're a doggy darling, yeah? You're my doggy darling. Here we go, babe. Here we go. We don't need other people's opinions. I know I love you, and that I'll always love you, whether you're there or not. Oh. Yeah. Okay, folks. Let me give you my best guesstimate. Where did the wire go, Tina? I don't know where that went. Let me give you my best guesstimate for Tina. I'll be honest, folks. 4 to 5 months. I think could be either Tina's limits or my limits with Tina as she becomes. And I know that sounds harsh. I know that sounds horrible. I know that. I've thought about every detail of what I'm saying. It's a thing. And how do I categorize myself? Let me put it this way. If I go to the vets and they're obstropolous in any kind of fucking way. I'm not that guy that's going to sit there and fucking let them be. Understand? There is a time and this might be it. I'm not happy with my vet in the past. I think I've expressed this multiple times. She has no bond, no connection. She doesn't even try and have a connection with the animals. She's a machine. And a machina. She's cold as shit. So when a dog looks at her and barks once, just looks and barks, she insists on a muzzle. But given her 30 years experience in the industry, can she estimate what size of muzzle would be most appropriate for what dog? Not even within fucking 20%. This is your job. This is what you do for a living. Okay. Many dogs are placid and come in and it's all good. Okay. But many aren't. I'm not going to guess a percentage. 1 in 3, 2 in 5. I've no idea. Let me rub my eye, stroke my eye. Let me prepare for the fact that there's a Tina down around my legs. She's awake actually. She hasn't nodded off. Okay, let me scroll. I'm gonna scroll because if I don't scroll, I'll say the wrong things. There and there, no and no, where, many words I don't know how to use in a sentence. Oh, I could help you with that, Jasper. I'm good with all. I learnt all of those when I was 3, if that helps. Now, does that mean that in a stream when I'm typing something quickly does that mean I never get the wrong no and no? No. There and there. No. To and to. T-O, going to, and to and fro. No, is it T-O, is it T-double-O? I hear all of those words all the time, every day, and I get approximately 1/3 of them wrong all the fucking time. A lot. When someone wants to say, this happens a lot, 2 distinct words. A space, L-O-T. Not A-double-L-O-T, which means to share out, to apportion, to divide, to allot. That's a very, very different word. It's not the word you were looking for. 99% of you that are hearing about a lot now, 99%, I got it wrong all these years. You got it wrong all these years. You did. You're thick. It's not your fault, but you're thick. Your average Englishman knows better than you. He just waited and was embarrassed to tell you. I've lost that embarrassment. I'll just tell you. Mike, just have to be off for a bit. 5 hours away from keyboard. Good night, everyone, everybody, everywhere. Jasper, I'm frightened to say I was the cake in shop because now double meaning. because I want that cake in shop because of double meaning. Good night, Delta Force Mike, said Farmer. Good night, my friend. Farmer going to work now. Let me think. If he's, let's say, 8 hours behind us, as a guess, we're on 23, he's on 15, yeah? 3 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe. I pronounced W.H. Smith as Wednesday wrong. I used to pronounce W.H. Smith as Asian Babes, or Razzle, or Escort Fiesta. How many more can I name? Do it Club International. That was a little bit stronger than the rest. Now we've offended Maria if she's out there. It just got all testosterone again. Sorry, folks. Guys, recollecting what we're recollecting. Pornography. I guess are we allowed to say pornography still? Is that still a thing? The word still exists? It's a thing. It's a thing. There's the bin. Oh, I managed to avoid the pole in the middle. Okay. Let's move on. W.H. Smith, newsagents and pornography. That's, I say, Wednesday Smith. I can't help you if you're going to pronounce it wrong. I mean, I'm with you in spirit, but, oh, excuse me. Those garlic burps are bubbling to the surface. Now, tomorrow afternoon, I've decided I've got 3 or 4 options. Because of what Ismo bought today, he's given me extra options. My thoughts and feelings were hot dogs. I've got 4 real sausages that I was going to slice down the middle to make 8. I've got 6 buns in one pack, and I've got another 6 buns from months and months ago. Did you know European hot dog buns don't go off? I know. Mine have been not even in the fridge. Mine have been sat on the chair up high in the like so, less heat, more heat. They've been sat middle heat. 3, 4, 5 months. When you come, I don't know whether to open the new ones or whether to open the ones from 7 months ago, because what's the difference? I don't know. Oh, I'm almost, did you see that? I almost fell asleep there. Almost fell asleep on stream. I'm going to go, I'm going to get a wee-wee, and I'm going to get a beer. If you're still here in 2 minutes, that'll be great. If you haven't hit the thumbs up already, please consider doing so. I am, but a literal, like, I know you're seeing a guy. Let me see what I can show you otherwise. Okay, you see the top of the, over here, here's the Brawley. Okay, that's how I kept the sun off this afternoon. Over here is a tent, that's my tent. Over here are some lights. And it's bordered, there's trees up there, and there's trees around here, and there's trees around here, and around here. And it's, over there's the Mediterranean. If you're lucky, oh, hold on. No, you're not going to be able to see it this time of night. In the morning, I would zoom in for you and find you the Mediterranean Sea. This is not that. Sorry folks, I'm gonna go for a quick wee-wee. If you don't stay with me, then fuck off. If you do stay with me, cheers. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, bring you. Bring you. Oh, so that's the problem. Anyhow, yeah. Could be. Nothing. Oh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You got me, Tina. Darkness got me. Hey, babe. You're right, Daddy, in and over. For sure. Alright, folks. Oh. Oh. Where are we? Hello, hello. Something on my eyebrow. That was good. Right, folks. We are at. Come up on 2. Is that come up on 2 hours? Oh, I can't see that. 23:15. That doesn't feel right. Hold on. What time did we start this shit? That's not us and then, is it? That doesn't, and the way that scrolls is just weird. Hold on, 23:15. Put Tina to bed, says Jasper. Tina's very, very happy out here with me. Tina's just always happy to be outside. Tina's always just happy to be with me. So no, I don't think there's no rush to get Tina to bed. They're right over your head, said Mark, Happy Camper. The morning doves sounds are delightful. They're right over your head. It's late at night here, so we don't get morning anything, but unless morning is the other morning, like the respecting the dead kind of. Who you talking to, Tina or passerby? I was jibber-jabbering. I went in and I was staggering over things, and there was things in the way. And then the door that I couldn't get to close earlier, I just got to close. I just had to, it's a simple two-step thing. Something had got tangled and then it had got fastened in the normal way. But the fact that it got tangled beforehand had you know, messed with shit. Scrolling backwards, no beer, a coffee. You do you. I like a beer. I've got, this is my sugar, yeah? I think that's my sugar. I got my sugar here. Are you my coffee? Are you my current coffee? Oh, this was my current coffee. We just finished it a couple of days. Do you know, this was like gold blend, you know, the light brown coffee. A week out in the sun, a week outside, and it's the darkest, most, it's not gold blend anymore after a bit of sun rays on the bottle for a few days. No, it became the darkest, most, I haven't got a vocabulary, most what? Not acidic. The dark roast, you know, when something's burnt, when a coffee's almost burnt, it was like that. And this had started off as like this golden, no, it was weird. Mouth this big, mist, and pouring beer all down my crotch. Obviously. Why wouldn't you? You've all done it. I've got no idea what that's about, folks. I don't know why. I don't know the who, how, when, whys. Let me scroll. Who are you talking to, Tina or Passerby? We answered that one. The morning doves with a U. Okay, they are right over your head. Put Tina to bed. 7:30. 7:30. It's not 7:30 though, is it? Where did we get some? It's 11. It's 20 past 11. Spain. Central European. Let's do a bong hit, Mark. Happy camper. I have never even touched a cigarette. I'm that guy, except for alcohol. I've never touched anything. I think I would like to try marijuana one day. But it would have to be very much controlled circumstance. I know. Okay, here's the thing. As a professional drinker, it's a term I used once upon a time. It's a turn of phrase. It's not for real, but it's I've experienced blackouts where you drink so much and then 3 hours later you're walking through the streets and you've got no idea how you got there, when you got there, why you got there. Where did your teeth go if you own plastic teeth? I've had those moments, and I remember those moments. That the actual, that sudden sharp. Where are my shorts? Where are my trousers? Where's my teeth? What? Now, having done that with alcohol, do I want to start messing about with other chemical indulgence? It never appealed. I never saw everything that I could possibly have done wrong in life. I've already done, and probably done it under the auspices of alcohol. What is some other array of chemicals going to achieve? What is it going to get me? That's what I always have to ask myself at the end of these situations, because I think I would love to have experienced cannabis. In my mind, I would love to have experienced them. In reality, I see so many downsides. The cost to your entire life. Like if someone says, haha, you were pissed on Friday, you can just go, yeah, sorry about that, and you move on. But if you get pulled over by the police for driving under the influence of marijuana or allegedly driving under the influence of marijuana, that's a big chunk of your life gone, or at least suppressed for a big chunk of your life's time. Not sure, folks. It's 4:20. That's Herbalicious, isn't it? Oh, that was a little while ago, though. I'm sorry I missed it. When did you say that? Hold on. It's 4:20. 23:17. It's so 7 minutes ago. I am behind. For anyone who is of a 4:20 persuasion with the herb and herbaliciousness, like my mate Scruff Dog, who was in here earlier but won't still be here now, I doubt. I'm really surprised that actually Scruff Dog turned up here, but that's, hey, we'll look at that another time. Yeah, it's Chicagoland. You're in the scent. Your town has got a saint's name. Saint. It's not one of the obvious saints either. It's not a Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. No, I don't remember. I just remember it is the saint's name, Mark McHappy Camper. And everyone, Mark's wife, Aurora, what a beautiful name. I'm sure she's a beautiful lady. But she's going through some medical stuff at the minute. If I say intensive, I gotta be. It's not really my story to tell, so I hesitate to tell. We're talking cancer treatment. But what a beautiful Aurora, what a beautiful name. What a beautiful name, and I'm sure she's a beautiful lady. And Mark, I know that you're spending a lot of time with her. You're driving her backwards and forwards, and when she's in for 2 or 3 days of treatment, and you're staying there with her, and when you're not with her, you're doing all these gardening videos and burning shit in the fire pit, and walking along the grasslands and the woodlands and the waterlands and the I haven't got many more words. However many types of lands there are down there in something or other south of Chicago. Sorry, mate. I fucked it up because I haven't got the words. But I love you. Let's do a bong hit. Coffee, you're very sleepy. I don't think I'm very sleepy, but I did go through a phase just back there where I was kind of, yeah. I like your Nescafe growth, Nescafe Gareth Hunt joke. Oh, Gareth Hunt. So the joke was he was shaking the beans, but it didn't half look like he was. And this was at a time when Purdy was one of the most beautiful women in the world. 1973, 4, 5. Purdy. Joanna Lumley as was and now still is. And she's still a bit... Have you ever seen a 90-year-old woman that you would fuck? I have. And that's quite... This is the same me that was 10-year-old in the slot machine arcade in Bridlington, laughing at the sailor and the policeman go, ah, ha, 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 ha. My mum and dad put the 2 pence or 5 pence, whatever it was, in the slot, and that thing went, and I just loved the laughing policeman, the laughing sailor, and apparently a 90-year-old Joanna Lumley. That's a timeline. That's a timeline. Would you fuck Joanna Lumley? Would she let me? Isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? Did I do it wrong? Sorry, ladies. Sorry, children. Uncle Roger. Sorry, children. Okay. Let me have a look. Let me have a look at the phone properly. Oh! I know we've had a couple of disruptions and interruptions. I'm scrolling. Hundreds of bottles of beers on the wall. Yeah, but they're just waiting to be drunk, aren't they? Take one down, pass it around. That's not how bottles of beers work. Take one down, pass it around. Kind of gay are you? Chicago got English police hats. Okay. Chicago, spelling error. Edwidge Finesse still looks good. Jasper, last message not received intact. Edwidge Finesse. Oh, excuse me. Very, very, very garlicky burps. Does anyone know what time I went live? Because I don't. I've got this thing here that says 2:09 for 2 hours 09. But that's probably since one of the outages, right? Like when I started it was daylight. It's now 11:30. 11:30. Let's assume that I started well in daylight, like 8 o'clock, 3.5 hours. Am I even on 4 hours? I've got no. Somebody, what time did this shit start? I know it says here that I've been live 2 hours 10 minutes, but that's 2 hours 10 minutes after some disconnect. I don't know where we are. I know we're only on 14 thumbs up and we need to get to 20. Get on it, doggone it. Just fucking do it. What are you messing about at? Okay. I don't know, folks. Oh. I'm going to go to bed soon because I don't know what else to do. I've got things to do tomorrow. So tomorrow's Friday. I've got... God, look. You know, I said a couple of weeks ago, I was swamped by the number of bags of food that I've got, and I've gradually worked through a couple, and I was on my way. Ismo contacted me today, and he said, "I'm going to come around there, but first I'm going to go supermarket. What do you need?" And I said, "Oh, a cabbage, a cauliflower, and some bread." Why has he brought 3 carrier bags of food? Well, I've got a floor full of food inside the tent. I'm having to do stepping stones to pick my way through. Am I going left? Am I going right? Am I going this way? Am I going that? What's the shit? Right? Brings me stuff that starts at the price that I'd said, but all branches off. There's an extra 10 euros here, and a 5 euros there, and a 3 euros there, and a 2 euros. I've got too much. How do I cut back? Oh, let me go shopping for you. Really? I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. It's all down to you guys. Okay, I'm gonna call it quits here soon, folks. I've got no idea where we are time-wise. It's late, and I was a little bit drunk before we even set off on this journey. Yeah, but all the booze cans are actually empty. Too many late nights, says Jasper. In my case, too many nights with no sleep. I mean, it's not late nights like you might imagine, out partying and out. Obviously, when you haven't got a home, you haven't really got a place to have a... I don't even know what the modern word is. Rave, disco. I don't pick a fucking word. I don't know. Take one of those and turn everything upside down and heat it all up for 10 minutes, and what the fuck am I supposed to do with it? I don't know. It's not me. Oh, that's a big burp. Lots of big burps. I don't know. Let's have a look at too many late nights. Yeah, okay, folks. Okay. Unless anyone says any different. I mean, the numbers have dropped catastrophically. But, I'm looking around. It's a table, but it's dominated by the one light. My doggy is asleep down here. Hey, Tina. Hey, babe. Say hello to the people. Well, say goodbye to the people. You're not going to. Okay, folks. I've had enough. I'm going. From Tina that you saw a few moments ago, and from me, Delta Mike. Goodbye.